that is irrelevant and immaterial, who has no relevant testimony, but a witness that will allow us to smear a presidential candidate if you want to get a legitimate witness. That's not a trade. Trials aren't trades for witnesses. We offered last night to have the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court rule on a question of materiality for any of the witnesses. And you know something? Not surprisingly, the President's team was vehemently opposed. Not because the President's team doesn't trust the Chief Justice to make an impartial decision, but because they do trust the Chief Justice to make an impartial decision about materiality. That's not what they want. They want to smear Biden. They want to effectuate this scheme that they were unable to do when they tried to get Ukraine to smear the Bidens. They want to use this trial to smear the Bidens. That's not the purpose of the trial, and the senators should not allow it to be abused in that way.
Do you believe that people are listening to your arguments, or have they made up their minds?
Well, look, I can't speak for the senators. I would hope that they have an open mind. As I said yesterday, whatever they may have thought in the past, whatever they may have said in the past, there's an event of constitutional dimension that supersedes all of that, and that is the oath that they took at the beginning of this trial. So I have to hope that some, if not all, of the senators will abide by that oath and will hear us with an open mind. But even if they don't, I do expect the American people are watching, and I think the American people are listening, and they do have an open mind. And it's those Americans we're talking to also. As I said before, we're trying this case to two juries, the Senate and the American people.
Was it appropriate
from the Chief Justice last night change anything about how you prepare and present your arguments?
Well, look, when you schedule a trial, as Mitch McConnell did, that's designed to be hidden in the dead of night, where you require litigants who are going at it for the entire day to go into the wee hours, you're going to have tempers flare. That happens in every courtroom in America as well. But we are going to try to keep focused on the facts. The President's team would like nothing more than to provoke a bitter conflict. We're not going to let them. The facts are damning. We're going to lay them out in great detail in our chronology today. Thank you very much.
A few things there. The question came up about Justice Roberts. There was an admonishment that he delivered to the attorneys on both sides last night, but the lawyers for the House on one side and the lawyers for the President on the other. It happened well after midnight, 1:13 in the morning, so Justice Roberts will be in his chair in a moment here again. As we continue to set the stage a bit for how we expect things to unfold, I want to bring in Saul Weisenberg. And Saul, just give us a sense of reflection. There was a question there about how the senators are reacting to what they have heard so far, and a question there that Adam Schiff deferred to the American people and the viewer and the voter. How do you think they did out of the gate yesterday? Let's start there.
I think they did well. They used this amendment process, and by the way, the reason that they were there into the wee hours had little to do with McConnell. It had to do with the fact that the Democrats decided to use these procedural amendments to begin arguing their case. I think it was a brilliant tactical move because they were sitting there talking about the facts, and the President's lawyers were talking about primarily the law. The question will be, will this end up boring people? Will this have gone on so long that what they're going to say in the next couple of days will seem repetitive? Now, Congressman Schiff seemed to indicate that they're aware of that possibility, and they're going to be very chronological and very concise. We'll see.
Yeah, we shall see together, too. But there's a calculation to be made there about how you can take senators along for the story, the chronology that he just spelled out there. The other thing Adam Schiff, and he said this yesterday, too, he said, you should want to see the documents. That's a direct appeal to some of the senators who might be in the middle on this. And you should want to hear from the witnesses. And Kristen Fisher, I'll bring you in here on this. Where are we on the John Bolton for Joe Biden, Hunter Biden exchange today?
Well, this was actually something that was first tossed around by Republican Senator Ted Cruz and then really fleshed out overnight by the Washington Post. And they're claiming that several Democrats behind the scenes privately are talking about this idea of trading the former Vice President's son, Hunter Biden, for former National Security Advisor John Bolton. But the Democrats that I've talked to really throw cold water on this idea because it really is, it's fraught with peril for both sides, but for Democrats in particular, they say that Hunter Biden, by allowing him in, would give a lot of the Republicans' arguments more credibility. They say that Hunter Biden is essentially an irrelevant witness here and a distraction, and that's exactly what we heard Chairman Adam Schiff say in that press conference just a few moments ago. He said that a witness like Hunter Biden would be intended to smear a presidential candidate, Joe Biden, and Chairman Adam Schiff says that he's just not going to allow that, most likely. But hey, anything's possible, and we saw that yesterday.
It seems we're several days away from that decision even being made at the moment. Perhaps it could be as long as a week away. We'll see how things progress here. But on the politics side of this, I want to bring in Ed Rollins and Donna Brazil and allow you both to get a chance before we head inside here. Ed, politically, how do you think it's playing now? Yes, to Ed Rollins back in New York. What do you think, Ed?
Still very much a partisan issue here. I don't think anybody changed yesterday. The Democrats did start to put up their... They get all the witnesses, at least the tapes of their witnesses that testified.
Yes.
The bottom line here is that it's not sufficient. They didn't charge the president with any real crimes, and I think they're going to have a very hard time convincing any senators that may be on the fence here to switch. The Romneys of the world or what have you understand if they basically cross this line, take this president on for whatever reason, they're going to pay a political price. So are some of the more vulnerable Republicans that are up for re-election. You need this base. This is a president with over 92% approval rating among Republicans, which is an all-time high. And so my sense is there's no evidence, there's no antagonism, and I think at the end of the day here, make your case, let's get out of here.
And Donna, what is your sense about how they divide up these 24 hours? Did they take it to midnight tonight? Did they cut it up in 3 days? And if so, how do senators hang in on the evidence they're giving them?
Well, if the senators are not up to doing their jobs, they should just announce that and leave the floor. This is important, and I do believe that what we saw and witnessed up until 2 a.m. in the morning is that the House managers came prepared. They came prepared to use the procedural rules to get out more information, more of the substance, the facts of the case. And we heard from the president today, from Davos, who said, I have all the materials. I want to make sure. He said, they don't have the materials. He has the materials. Well, you know what? 2 minutes before midnight, more materials were released as a result of the Freedom of Information Act. So I do believe that the House managers will use this moment, whether it's 6 hours, 8 hours, or the entire 24 hours, to spell out all of the facts of the case. And at the end of the day, it's up to the senators, not just those up for re-elections, but all of the senators to make the right judgment.
We are about 2 minutes away from before the clock strikes 1 o'clock here on the East Coast in Washington, and clearly the senators now making their way inside the chamber. They're leaving they're checking their iPhones at the door. No electronics allowed inside for this trial, and apparently they're restricted to water and milk inside as well. And we'll get a break every couple of hours, and we'll get a sense when they come to the microphone. Chuck Schumer made that a habit yesterday, trying to give viewers at home an idea about what he was after next and how he thought it was going thus far. Jonathan Swan, you could start to see the way the schedule starts to play itself out here. If you divide the 24 hours for Democrats over the next 3 days, that takes you to the evening of Friday night. I am told on behalf of some of the attorneys working on behalf of the White House that they do not want to present on a Saturday. They think viewership's lower and Americans are distracted because of the weekend. And it's possible, if you get to that Friday night time, that they would try and extend this and give their demonstration on Monday. What are you hearing on that strategy?
Yeah, so I've heard conflicting things on that. I spoke to someone who told me that that is possible, and another person who is close to the president's team who doesn't believe that they can get that done within the rules and that they'll have to proceed on Saturday. There's also no decision so far been made, as far as I can tell, on how long they're going to take to put their case forward. Will they wrap it up really quickly and present, this is so easy, we can get our facts out in 1 day, or will they milk it and use that full 3 days to present the president's case? Remember, it's the first time the president has had the opportunity to, in a structured way with his legal team, put forward his case to the American people. So if I was going to bet on one or the other, I would have to say I suspect that they will try and maximize audience and try and stretch this out so that they can make a full-throated case to the American people.
And if that's the case, Saul, if you look into next week, perhaps it's Wednesday maybe, when you get a vote, yes or no, as to whether or not we see witnesses. Is that the shape and the form that you see taking place?
I don't know the exact day, but that question is going to have to be reached. And something that I don't think people are talking about enough, there's a difference between saying we want to call witnesses who we tried to call before and were prevented by the president, and saying we want to call witnesses who we had the opportunity to subpoena and we didn't do it. And that's really the difference between Bolton, for example, and Mulvaney and a couple of the other ones who they want to talk to. They did subpoena them or invite them to testify, and the president said no. So that's a distinction that I think may be important next week. We'll have to see.
What is your hunch at the moment, Saul? Do you think the senators want to hear from witnesses? Because if so, it could be mutual destruction to a degree.
I do think that if they were really being truthful, some of the Republicans would say we want to hear from these witnesses. It could be mutual destruction. And keep in mind, if you were in a court of law, I think the president's lawyers would have a good argument for hearing Hunter Biden. Forget about making trades. The president's defense almost from the beginning, one of his few pieces of factual defense has been, hey, this was a legitimate inquiry about Hunter Biden. So I think most defendants in most criminal courts in this country would be able to call such a witness to put on their case. And the idea that the House managers would try to prevent that, I think, is kind of laughable. On the other hand, much more of a stretch to try to call somebody like Congressman Schiff because you think he's acted inappropriately. I think that would be swatted down. But certainly, Hunter Biden has the potential, depending on how he testifies and how he acts, to do damage to the other side.
Okay, so I'm told that the House managers are now inside the Senate, so perhaps we're getting ready here a couple minutes past the hour of 1 o'clock. Yesterday, Kristen, we were sitting here, and this was delayed by about 18, 19 minutes, which may not strike you as a big deal at home, but when you consider it's only the third time in history we've watched this, the delay was somewhat notable for how they resolved this in the end. Mitch McConnell made some notes in his resolution to change things.
Some handwritten notes, yeah, and we now believe that that delay likely was due to the fact that one of the critical senators that we are watching throughout this trial, Senator Susan Collins, was pressuring McConnell to make those changes that we now know went into effect. One other thing that I'm going to be watching today, Bill, is do we see anything more from President Trump? He will be landing at Joint Base Andrews and returning to the White House today around 5 o'clock. We know that he was a bit distracted while he was in Davos, though he did hold that press conference. And back to the issue of witnesses and whether or not John Bolton is asked to come testify. President Trump was asked about that in Davos, and he said that he likely would cite executive privilege again due to national security concerns, but also the fact that he left on bad terms when he left the White House a few months ago.
You're exactly right about that. In fact, we can cue it up here. Soundbite number 3, guys. And he sort of, he opened the door a little bit, Kristen, and then he closed the door a little bit, too. Here was the answer in Switzerland.
I would rather go the long way. I would rather interview Bolton. The problem with John is that it's a national security problem. You know, you can't have somebody who's at national security, and if you think about it, John, he knows some of my thoughts. He knows what I think about leaders. I don't know if we left on the best of terms. I would say probably not, you know, and so you don't like people testifying when they didn't leave on good terms, and that was due to me, not due to him.
That sounds to me, Jonathan, as if it's an executive privilege.
Well, that's what they're going to exert, but it's an executive privilege argument that's largely targeted at those senators, those Republican senators, not at John Bolton. John Bolton's not persuadable from the White House, I can tell you that.
Ed Rollins, down in Brazil, as we listen to the prayer inside the Senate, maybe we pause here for a moment and get a sense of the mood inside the Senate
chamber for the solemn responsibility of these impeachment proceedings. Give wisdom to the distinguished Chief Justice John Roberts as he presides. Lord, you are all-powerful and know our thoughts before we form them. As our lawmakers have become jurors, remind them of your admonition in 1 Corinthians 10:31 that whatever they do should be done for your glory. Help them remember that patriots reside on both sides of the aisle, that words have consequences, and that how something is said can be as important as what is said. Give them a civility built upon integrity that brings consistency in their beliefs and actions. We pray in your powerful name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would you please be seated? If there is no objection, the journal of proceedings of the trial are approved to date. No objection, so ordered. The Sergeant-at-Arms will make the proclamation.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons are commanded to keep silent on pain of imprisonment while the Senate of the United States is sitting for the trial of the articles of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives against Donald John Trump, President of the United States.
The Majority Leader is recognized.
Our colleagues, no motions were filed this morning, so we'll proceed to the House Manager's presentation. We will go for approximately 2 hours, then take a short recess when there is an appropriate break time between presenters.
Pursuant to the provisions of Senate Resolution 483, the managers for the House of Representatives have 24 hours to make the presentation of their case. The Senate will now hear you.
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, Counsel for the President, and my fellow House managers, I want to begin by thanking you, Chief Justice, for a very long day, for the way you have presided over these proceedings. And I want to thank the Senators also. We went well into the morning, as you know, until I believe around 2 in the morning. And you paid attention to every word and argument you heard from both sides in this impeachment trial, and I know we are both deeply grateful for that. It was an exhausting day for us, certainly, but we have adrenaline going through our veins, and for those that are required to sit and listen, it is a much more difficult task. And of course, we know our positions. You have the added difficulty of having to weigh the facts and the law. So I want to begin today by thanking you for the conduct of the proceedings yesterday and for inviting your patience as we go forward. We have some very long days yet to come. So let us begin. When a man, unprincipled in private life, desperate in his fortune, bold in his temper, possessed of considerable talents, having the advantage of military habits, despotic in his ordinary demeanor, known to have scoffed in private at the principles of liberty, when such a man is seen to mount the hobby horse of popularity, to join in the cry of danger to liberty, to take every opportunity of embarrassing the general government and bringing it under suspicion, to flatter and fall in with all the nonsense of the zealots of the day, it may justly be suspected that his object is to throw things into confusion, that he might ride the storm and direct the whirlwind. Those words were written by Alexander Hamilton in a letter to President George Washington at the height of the Panic of 1792, a financial credit crisis that shook our young nation. Hamilton was responding to sentiments relayed to Washington as he traveled the country that America, in the face of that crisis, might descend from a Republican form of government, plunging instead into that of monarchy. The framers of the Constitution worried then, as we worry today, that a leader might come to power not to carry out the will of the people that he was elected to represent, but to pursue his own interests. They feared that a president would subvert our democracy by abusing the awesome power of his office for his own personal or political gain. And so they devised a remedy as powerful as the evil it was meant to combat: impeachment. As centuries have passed, our founders have achieved an almost mythical character. We are aware of their flaws, certainly some very painful and pronounced indeed. And yet, when it came to the drafting of a new system of government never seen before and with no guarantee it would succeed, we cannot help but be in awe of their genius, their prescience even, vindicated time and time again. Still, and maybe because of their brilliance and the brilliance of their words, we find year after year it more difficult to imagine them as human beings. This is no less true of Alexander Hamilton, notwithstanding his recent return to celebrity. But they were human beings. They understood human frailties even as they exhibited them. They could appreciate, just as we can, how power can corrupt, and even as we struggle to understand how the framers might have responded to presidential misconduct of the kind and character that we are here to try, we should not imagine for one moment that they lacked basic common sense or refused to apply it ourselves. They knew what it was like to live under a despot, and they risked their lives to be free of it. They knew they were creating an enormously powerful executive, and they knew they needed to constrain it. They did not intend for the power of impeachment to be used frequently or over mere matters of policy, but they put it in the Constitution for a reason, for a man who would subvert the interests of the nation to pursue his own interests, for a man who would seek to perpetuate himself in office by inviting foreign interference and cheating in an election, for a man who would be disdainful of constitutional limit, ignoring or defeating the other branches of government and their co-equal powers, for a man who believed that the Constitution gave him the right to do anything he wanted and practiced in the art of deception, for a man who believed that he was above the law and beholden to no one, for a man, in short, who would be a king. We are here today in this hallowed chamber, undertaking this solemn action for only the third time in history because Donald J. Trump, the 45th President of the United States, has acted precisely as Hamilton and his contemporaries feared. President Trump solicited foreign interference in our democratic elections, abusing the power of his office to seek help from abroad to improve his re-election prospects at home. And when he was caught, he used the powers of that office to obstruct the investigation into his own misconduct. To implement this corrupt scheme, President Trump pressured the President of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations into two discredited allegations that would benefit President Trump's 2020 presidential campaign. When the Ukrainian president did not immediately assent, President Trump withheld two official acts to induce the Ukrainian leader to comply: a head of state meeting in the Oval Office and military funding. Both were of great consequence to Ukraine and to our national interest and security, but one looms largest. President Trump withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in military aid to a strategic partner at war with Russia to secure foreign help with his reelection. In other words, to cheat. In this way, the president used official state powers available only to him and unavailable to any political opponent to advantage himself in a Democratic election. His scheme was undertaken for a simple but corrupt reason: to help him win re-election in 2020. But the effect of his scheme was to undermine our free and fair elections and to put our national security at risk. It was not even necessary that Ukraine undertake the political investigations the president was seeking. They merely had to announce them. This is significant, for President Trump had no interest in fighting corruption, as he would claim after he was caught. Rather, his interest was in furthering corruption by the announcement of investigations that were completely without merit. The first sham investigation that President Trump desired was into former Vice President Joe Biden, who had sought the removal of a corrupt Ukrainian prosecutor during the previous U.S. administration. The Vice President acted in accordance with U.S. official policy at the time and was supported unanimously by our European allies and key global financial institutions such as the International Monetary Fund that shared the concern over corruption. Despite this fact, in the course of this scheme, President Trump and his agents pressed the Ukrainian president to announce an investigation into the false claim that Vice President Biden wanted the corrupt prosecutor removed from power in order to stop an investigation into Burisma Holdings, a company on whose board Biden's son Hunter sat. This allegation is simply untrue, and it has been widely debunked by Ukrainian and American experts alike. That reality mattered not to President Trump. To him, the value in promoting a negative tale about former Vice President Biden, true or false, was its usefulness to his re-election campaign. It was a smear tactic against a political opponent that President Trump apparently feared. Remarkably, but predictably, Russia too has sought to support this effort to smear Mr. Biden, reportedly hacking into the Ukrainian energy company at the center of the president's disinformation campaign only last week. Russia almost certainly was looking for information related to the former vice president's son so that the Kremlin could also weaponize it against Mr. Biden, just like it did against Hillary Clinton in 2016 when Russia hacked and released emails from her presidential campaign. And President Trump has made it abundantly clear that he would like nothing more than to make use of such dirt against Mr. Biden, just as he made use of Secretary Clinton's hacked and released emails in his previous presidential campaign. Which brings us to the other sham investigation that President Trump demanded that the Ukrainian leader announce. This investigation was related to a debunked conspiracy theory alleging that Ukraine, not Russia, interfered in the 2016 presidential election. This narrative, propagated by the Russian intelligence services, contends that Ukraine sought to help Hillary Clinton and harm then-candidate Trump, and that a computer server providing this fiction is hidden somewhere in Ukraine. That is the so-called CrowdStrike conspiracy theory. This tale is also patently false, and remarkably, it is precisely the inverse of what the U.S. intelligence community's unanimous assessment was, that Russia interfered in the 2016 election in sweeping and systemic fashion in order to hurt Hillary Clinton and help Donald Trump. Nevertheless, the president evidently believed that a public announcement lending credence to these allegations by the Ukrainian president could assist his re-election by putting to rest any doubts Americans may have had over the legitimacy of his first election, even as he invited foreign interference in the next. To the degree that most Americans have followed the president's efforts to involve another foreign power in our election, they may be most familiar with his entreaty to the Ukrainian president on the now infamous July 25th called to do us a favor, though, and investigate Biden and the 2016 conspiracy theory. But that call was not the beginning of the story of the president's corrupt scheme, nor was it the end. Rather, it was merely part, although a significant part, of a months-long effort by President Trump and his allies and associates who applied significant and increasing pressure on Ukraine to announce these two politically motivated investigations. Key figures in the Trump administration were aware or directly involved or participated in the scheme. As we saw yesterday, one witness, a $1 million donor to the president's inaugural committee, put it this way: everyone was in the loop. After twice inviting Ukraine's new president to the White House without providing a specific date for the proposed visit, President Trump conditioned this coveted head of state meeting on the announcement of these sham investigations. For Ukraine's new and untested leader, an official meeting with the President of the United States in the Oval Office was critical. It would help bestow on him important domestic and international legitimacy as he sought to implement an ambitious anti-corruption platform. Actual and apparent support from the President of the United States would also strengthen his position as he sought to negotiate a peace agreement with Russia's President Vladimir Putin, seeking an end to Russia's illegal annexation and continued military occupation of parts of Ukraine. But most pernicious, President Trump conditioned hundreds of millions of dollars in congressionally appropriated, taxpayer-funded military assistance for the same purpose, to apply more pressure on Ukraine's leader to announce the investigations. This military aid, which has long enjoyed bipartisan support, was designed to help Ukraine defend itself from the Kremlin's aggression. More than 15,000 Ukrainians have died fighting Russian forces and their proxies. 15,000. And the military aid was for such essentials as sniper rifles, rocket-propelled grenade launchers, radar, night vision goggles, and other vital support for the war effort. Most critically, the military aid that we provide Ukraine helps to protect and advance American national security interests in the region and beyond. America has an abiding interest in stemming Russian expansionism and resisting any nation's efforts to remake the map of Europe by dint of military force, even as we have tens of thousands of troops stationed there. Moreover, as one witness put it during our impeachment inquiry, the United States aids Ukraine and her people so that we can fight Russia over there and we don't have to fight Russia here. Now, when the president's scheme was exposed and the House of Representatives properly performed its constitutional responsibility to investigate the matter, President Trump used the same unrivaled authority at his disposal as Commander-in-Chief to cover up his wrongdoing. In unprecedented fashion, the President ordered the entire executive branch of the United States of America to categorically refuse and completely obstruct the House's impeachment investigation. Such a wholesale obstruction of congressional impeachment has never before occurred in our democracy, and it represents one of the most blatant efforts at a cover-up in history. If not remedied by his conviction in the Senate and removal from office, President Trump's abuse of his office and obstruction of Congress will permanently alter the balance of power among the branches of government, inviting future presidents to operate as if they are also beyond the reach of accountability, congressional oversight, and the law. On the basis of this egregious misconduct, the House of Representatives returned 2 articles of impeachment against the President. First, charging that President Trump corruptly abused the powers of the presidency to solicit foreign interference in the upcoming presidential election for his personal political benefit. And second, President Trump obstructed an impeachment inquiry into that abuse of power in order to cover up his misconduct. The House did not take this extraordinary step lightly. As we will discuss, impeachment exists for cases in which the conduct of the President rises beyond mere policy disputes to be decided otherwise and without urgency at the ballot box. Instead, we are here today to consider a much more grave matter, and that is an attempt to use the powers of the presidency to cheat in an election. For precisely this reason, the president's misconduct cannot be decided at the ballot box, for we cannot be assured that the vote will be fairly won. In corruptly using his office to gain a political advantage, in abusing the powers of that office in such a way to jeopardize our national security and the integrity of our elections, in obstructing the investigation into his own wrongdoing, the president has shown that he believes that he's above the law and scornful of constraint. As we saw yesterday on the screen, that under Article 2, he can do anything he wants. Moreover, given the seriousness of the conduct at issue and its persistence, this matter cannot and must not be decided by the courts, which, apart from the presence of the Chief Justice here today, are given no role in impeachments in either the House or the Senate. Being drawn into litigation taking many months or years to complete would provide the president with an opportunity to continue his misconduct. He would remain secure in the knowledge that he may tie up the Congress in the courts indefinitely, as he has with Don McGahn, rendering the impeachment power effectively meaningless. We also took this step with the knowledge that this was not the first time the president solicited foreign interference in our elections. In 2016, then candidate Trump implored Russia to hack his opponent's email account, something that the Russian military agency did only hours later. Only hours later. When the president said, "Hey, Russia, if you're listening," they were listening. Only hours later, they hacked his opponent's campaign. And the president has made it clear this will also not be the last time, asking China only recently to join Ukraine in investigating his political opponent. Over the coming days, we will present to you and to the American people the extensive evidence collected during the House's impeachment inquiry into the president's abuse of power. Overwhelming evidence. Notwithstanding his unprecedented and wholesale obstruction of the investigation into that misconduct. You will hear and read testimony from courageous public servants who upheld their oath to the Constitution and their legal obligations to comply with congressional action despite a categorical order by President Trump not to cooperate with the impeachment inquiry. These are courageous Americans who were told by the President of the United States not to cooperate, not to appear, not to testify, but who had the sense of duty to do so. But more than that, you will hear from witnesses who have not yet testified, like John Bolton and Mick Mulvaney, Mr. Blair and Mr. Duffy. And if you can believe the President's words last month, you will also hear from Secretary Pompeo. You will hear their testimony at the same time as the American people. That is, if you allow it, if we have a fair trial. During our presentation, you will see documentary records, those the President was unable to suppress, that expose the President's scheme in detail. You will learn of further evidence that has been revealed in the days since the House voted to impeach President Trump, even as the President and his agents have persisted in their efforts to cover up their wrongdoing from Congress and the public. And you will see dozens of new documents providing new and critical evidence of the President's guilt that remain at this time in the President's hands and in the hands of the Department of Defense and the Department of State and the Office of Management and Budget, even the White House. You will see them, and so will the American people, if you allow it. If, in the name of a fair trial, you will demand it. These are politically charged times. Tempers can run high, particularly where this president is concerned. But these are not unique times. Deep divisions and disagreements were hardly alien concepts to the framers. So they designed the impeachment power in such a way as to insulate it as best they could from the crush of partisan politics. The framers placed the question of removal before the United States Senate, a body able to rise above the fray, to soberly judge the president's conduct or misconduct for what it was, nothing more and nothing less. In Federalist 65, Hamilton wrote, "Where else than in the Senate could have been found a tribunal sufficiently dignified or sufficiently independent? What other body would be likely to feel confidence enough in its own situation to preserve unawed and uninfluenced the necessary impartiality between an individual accused and the representatives of the people, his accuser?" It is up to you to be the tribunal that Hamilton envisioned. It is up to you to show the American people and yourselves that his confidence and that of the other founders was rightly placed. The Constitution entrusts you to the responsibility of acting as impartial jurors, to hold a fair and thorough trial and to weigh the evidence before you, no matter what your party affiliation or your vote in the previous election or the next. Our duty is to the Constitution and to the rule of law. I recognize there will be times during the trial that you may long to return to the business of the Senate. The American people look forward to the same. But not before you decide what kind of democracy that you believe we ought to be, and what the American people have a right to expect in the conduct of their president. The House believes that an impartial juror, upon hearing the evidence that the managers will lay out in the coming days, will find that the Constitution demands the removal of Donald J. Trump from his office as President of the United States. But that will be for you to decide, with the weight of history upon you, and as President Kennedy once said, a good conscience your only sure reward. In drafting our Constitution, the framers designed a new and untested form of government. It would be based on free and fair elections to ensure that our political leaders would be chosen democratically and by citizens of our country alone. Having broken free from a king with unbridled authority who often placed his own interests above that of the people, the framers established a structure that would guarantee that the chief executive's power flowed only from his obligation to the people, rather than from a sovereign whose power was conferred on him by divine right. In this new architecture, no branch of government or individual would predominate over another. In this way, the founders ensured that their elected leaders and their president would use the powers of office only to undertake that which the people desired, and not for their personal aggrandizement or enrichment. What did those who rebelled and fought a revolution desire? No different than what we, the generations that have followed, desire. That no person, including and especially the president, would be above the law. Nothing could be more dangerous to a democracy than a commander-in-chief who believed that he could operate with impunity, free from accountability. Nothing, that is, except a Congress that is willing to let it be so. To ensure that no such threat could take root and subvert our fledgling democracy, the framers divided power among three co-equal branches of government: the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches, so that ambition may be made to counter ambition. They provided for presidential elections every 4 years, and the framers required that the president swear an oath to faithfully execute the law and to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States. Even with these guardrails in place, the framers understood that an individual could come to power who defied that solemn oath, who pursued his own interests rather than those of the country he led. For that reason, the framers adopted a tool used by the British Parliament to constrain its officials, the power of impeachment. Rather than a mechanism to overturn an election, impeachment would be a remedy of last resort. And unlike in England, the framers applied this ultimate check to the highest office in the land, to the President of the United States. Impeachment and removal of a duly elected president was not intended for policy disputes or poor administration of the state. Instead, the framers had in mind the most serious of offenses, those against the public itself. Hamilton explained that impeachment was not designed to cover only statutory or common law crimes, but instead crimes against the body politic. Hamilton wrote, "The subjects of its jurisdiction are those offenses which proceed from the misconduct of public men," or in other words, from the abuse or violation of some public trust. They are of a nature which may, with peculiar propriety, be denominated political, as they relate chiefly to injuries done immediately to society itself. In other words, impeachment would be confined to abuses of people's trust and to the society itself. This is precisely the abuse that has been undertaken by our current president when he withheld money and support for an ally at war to secure a political benefit. The punishment for those crimes would fit the political nature of the offense. As James Wilson, a delegate at the Constitutional Convention and a future Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, reasoned, impeachments are confined to political characters, to political crimes and misdemeanors, and to political punishments. That punishment, the framers determined, would be neither prison nor fines, but instead limited to removal from office and disqualification from holding future office. The framers chose to undertake impeachment for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors to underscore the requirement of an offense against society. In this phrase, high modifies both the crimes and the misdemeanors, in that both relate to a high injustice, a transgression committed against the people and to the public trust. The framers had two broad categories in mind: those actions that are facially permissible under the president's authority but are based on corrupt motives, such as seeking to obtain a personal benefit through public office, and those that far exceed the president's constitutional authority or violate the legal limits on that authority. In Article 1, we deal with the first evil, which the framers wish to guard against, that is, cases in which a president corruptly misused the power otherwise bestowed on him to secure a personal reward. Guarding against the president who undertakes official acts with the corrupt motive of helping himself is at the heart of the impeachment power. As one scholar explained, the president's duty to faithfully execute the law requires that he undertakes actions only when motivated in the public interest rather than in their private self-interest. Efforts to withhold official acts for personal gain countermand the president's sacred oath and therefore constitute impeachable behavior as it was conceived of by the framers. In Article 2, we also deal with a second evil contemplated by the founders, who made it clear that the president ought not operate beyond the limits placed on him by legislative and judicial branches. Impeachment was warranted for a president who usurped the power of the Constitution that was not granted to him, such as to defy Congress the right to determine the propriety, the scope, and the nature of an impeachment inquiry into his own misconduct. The framers fashioned a powerful chief executive, but not one beyond accountability of law. When a president wields power in ways that are inappropriate and seek to extinguish the rights of the Congress, he exceeds the power of his constitutional authority and violates the limits placed on his conduct. Obstruction of a separate and co-equal branch of government for the purposes of covering up an abuse of power not only implies a corrupt intent, but also demonstrates a remarkable antipathy towards the balance of power contemplated and enshrined in our Constitution. It is a betrayal of the president's sacred oath of office and of his duty to put the country before himself. On September 24th, 2019, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announced that the House of Representatives would move forward with an official impeachment inquiry into President Donald J. Trump. The announcement followed public reporting in the United States and Ukraine that the President and his agents sought Ukraine's help in his re-election effort, and revelations that the White House was blocking from Congress an intelligence community whistleblower complaint possibly related to this grave offense. The next day, on September 25th, under extraordinary pressure, the White House released publicly the record of the July 25th call between President Trump and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. The call record revealed that President Trump explicitly requested that the new leader undertake investigations beneficial to President Trump's re-election campaign. Upon release of the record of the call, President Trump claimed that the call was perfect. Far from perfect, the call record revealed a president who used his high office to personally and directly press the leader of a foreign country to do his political dirty work. Asking for a favor, President Trump insisted that President Zelensky investigate a formidable potential political opponent, former Vice President Joe Biden, as well as the baseless conspiracy theory that Ukraine, not Russia, interfered in the 2016 election to assist then-candidate Trump's opponent. Witnesses who listened to the call as it transpired testified that they immediately recognized these requests did not represent official U.S. policy and instead were politically charged appeals not appropriate for a president to make. Key witnesses emphasized it was not necessary that Ukraine actually undertake the investigations, only that the Ukrainian president announce them. President Trump's objective was not to encourage a foreign government to investigate legitimate allegations of misconduct or wrongdoing abroad, made clear as well by the fact that the investigations he wanted announced have been discredited entirely. Rather, the president simply wanted to reap a political benefit by tarnishing a political rival and attempting to erase from history his previous election misconduct. To compel the Ukrainian president to do his political dirty work, President Trump withheld from President Zelensky two official acts of great importance: that coveted White House meeting, to which the President Zelensky had already been invited, and $391 million in military assistance Ukraine needed to fight the Russians. For a strategic partner of the United States in a hot war with Russian-backed forces inside its own borders, the symbolic support conferred on it by an Oval Office visit with the President of the United States and the life-saving support of our military aid was essential. As the House's presentation will make clear, in directly soliciting foreign interference and withholding those official acts in exchange for the announcement of political investigations beneficial to his re-election, the President put his own interests above the national interest. President Trump undermined the integrity of our free and fair elections by pressing a foreign power to influence our most sacred right as citizens, our right to freely choose our leaders. And he threatened our national security by withholding critical aid from a partner on the front lines of war with Russia, an aggressor that has threatened peace and stability on an entire continent. In so doing, the President sacrificed not only the security of our European allies, but also our nation's core national security interests. President Trump undertook this pressure campaign through hand-picked agents inside and outside of government who circumvented traditional policy channels. President Trump intentionally bypassed many U.S. government career officials with responsibility over Ukraine and advanced his scheme primarily through the effort of his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani. President Trump carried out this scheme with the knowledge of senior administration officials, including the President's acting Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, Vice President Mike Pence, National Security Council Legal Advisor John Eisenberg, and White House Counsel Pat Cipollone. When the President became aware that the scheme would be uncovered, he undertook an unprecedented effort to obstruct the House of Representatives' impeachment inquiry and to hide it from the public and from Congress, including all evidence related to his misconduct. That cover-up continues today, as the administration has not provided a single document pursuant to lawful subpoenas by the House. The administration also continues to prevent witnesses from cooperating, further obstructing the House, efforts the President is no doubt proud of, but which threaten the integrity of this institution, of this Congress as a co-equal branch of power. Our ability not only to do oversight, but to hold a President who is unindictable accountable. But despite these efforts to obstruct our inquiry, the House of Representatives uncovered overwhelming evidence related to the President's misconduct through interviews with 17 witnesses who appeared before the Intelligence, Oversight and Reform and Foreign Affairs Committees. Many of these witnesses bravely defied White House orders not to comply with duly authorized congressional subpoenas. And were it not for them, were it not for Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, who was the first through the breach, we may never have known of the President's scheme. I want you to imagine just for a minute what kind of courage that took. For Ambassador Yovanovitch, the subject of that vicious smear campaign, to risk her reputation and her career to stand up to the President of the United States, who's instructing her through his agents, you will not cooperate. You will not testify. You will tell them nothing. Or Bill Taylor, West Point graduate, Vietnam veteran, with a Bronze Star, and something he was even more proud of, the Combat Infantryman's Badge. He knows what courage is. He showed a different kind of courage in Vietnam, but he also showed courage, as did others, in coming forward in defying the President's order that he obstruct, to tell the American people what he knew. But for the courage of people like this, and Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, a Purple Heart recipient, but for their courage, we would have known nothing of the President's misconduct. Nothing. When the President directs his ire towards these people, this is why. Because they showed the courage to come forward. Now, we held in the Intelligence Committee 7 open hearings with 12 fact witnesses. Separately, the Judiciary Committee held public hearings with constitutional law experts and counsel from the House Intelligence Committee as it sought to determine whether to draft and consider articles of impeachment. The House also collected text messages related to the President's scheme from a witness who provided limited personal communications. Since the conclusion of our inquiry, new evidence has continued to come to light through court-ordered releases of administration documents and public reporting, underscoring that there is significantly more evidence of the President's guilt, which he continues to block from Congress, including the Senate. Nevertheless, the documents and testimony that we were able to collect paints an overwhelming and damning picture of the President's efforts to use the powers of his office to corruptly solicit foreign help in his re-election campaign and withhold official acts and military aid to compel that support. Over the coming days, you will hear remarkably consistent evidence of President Trump's corrupt scheme and cover-up. When you focus on the evidence uncovered during the investigation, you will appreciate there is no serious dispute about the facts underlying the President's conduct. And this is why you will hear the president's lawyers make the astounding claim that you can't impeach a president for abusing the powers of his office, because they can't seriously contest that that is exactly what he did. And so they must go find a lawyer somewhere. Apparently, they could not go to their own Attorney General, who was just reported in a memo he wrote as part of the audition for Attorney General, which opined that a president can be impeached for abusing the public trust. Couldn't go to Bill Barr for that opinion, couldn't go to even Jonathan Turley, their expert in the House, for that opinion. No, they had to go outside of these experts, outside of the constitutional law, to a criminal defense lawyer and professor. And why? Because they can't contest the facts. The president was the key player in the scheme. Everyone was in the loop. He directed the actions of his team. He personally asked the foreign government to investigate his opponent. These facts are not in dispute. Ultimately, the question for you is whether the president's undisputed actions require the removal of the 45th president of the United States from office, because he abused his office and the public trust by using his power for personal gain, by seeking illicit foreign assistance in his reelection and covering it up. Other than voting on whether to send our men and women to war, there is, I think, no greater responsibility before you than the one before you now. The oath that you've taken to impartially weigh the facts and evidence requires serious and objective consideration. Decisions that are about country, not party, about the Constitution, not politics, about what is right and what is wrong. After you consider the evidence and weigh your oath to render a fair and impartial verdict, I suggest to you today the only conclusion consistent with the facts and law, not just the law but the Constitution, is clear, as described by a constitutional law expert's testimony before the House. If this conduct is not impeachable, then nothing is. Let me take a moment to describe to you how we intend to present the case over the coming days. Today you will hear the details of the president's corrupt scheme in narrative form, illustrating the timeline of the effort through the testimony of numerous witnesses who came before the House, as well as the documents and materials we collected as evidence during the investigation. After you hear the factual chronology, we will then discuss the constitutional framework of impeachment as it was envisioned by the founders, before we analyze how the facts of the president's misconduct and cover-up lead to the conclusion that the president undertook the sort of corrupt course of conduct that impeachment was intended to remedy. Let me start with a preview of the president's scheme, the details of which you'll hear during the course of this day. President Trump's months-long scheme to extract help in his 2020 re-election campaign from the new Ukrainian president involved an effort to solicit and then compel the new leader to announce political investigations. The announcement would reference two specific investigations. One was intended to undermine the unanimous consensus of our intelligence agencies, Congress, and Special Counsel Robert Mueller that Russia interfered in the 2016 election to help then-candidate Trump, and another to hurt the presidency of former Vice President Joe Biden. The Kremlin itself has been responsible for first propagating one of the two false narratives that the president desired. In February 2017, less than a month after the U.S. intelligence community released its assessment that Russia alone was responsible for a covert influence campaign designed to help President Trump win the 2016 election, President Putin said, as we all know, during the presidential campaign in the United States, the Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one of the candidates, in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate to be more precise. Those were Putin's words, February 2nd, 2017. Of course, this is false and is part of a Russian counter-narrative that President Trump and some of his allies have adopted. Fiona Hill, Senior Director for Europe and Russia at the National Security Council, described Russia's effort to promote this baseless theory.
Based on questions and statements I've heard, some of you on this committee appear to believe that Russia and its security services did not conduct a campaign against our country, and that perhaps, somehow, for some reason, Ukraine did. This is a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services themselves. The unfortunate truth is that Russia was the foreign power that systematically attacked our democratic institutions in 2016. This is the public conclusion of our intelligence agencies, confirmed in bipartisan congressional reports. It is beyond dispute, even if some of the underlying details must remain classified.
This, of course, was not the first time that President Trump embraced Russian activity and disinformation. On July 24 of last year, Special Counsel Robert Mueller testified before Congress that Russia interfered in the 2016 election in a, quote, sweeping and systemic fashion to benefit Donald Trump's political campaign. Mueller and his team found that, quote, the Russian government perceived that it would benefit from a Trump presidency and worked to secure that outcome. They also found that the Trump campaign expected it would benefit electorally from information stolen and released through Russian efforts. And just as he solicited help from Ukraine in 2019, in 2016, then candidate Trump also solicited help from Russia in his election effort. As you will recall, at a rally in Florida, he said the following.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails that are missing. I think you will probably be rewarded mightily by our press. Let's see if that happens.
Following Special Counsel Mueller's testimony, during which he warned against future interference in our elections, did the President recognize the threat posed to our democracy and renounce Russian interference in our democracy? Did he choose to stand with his own intelligence agencies, both houses of Congress, and the Special Counsel's investigation in affirming that Russia interfered in our last election? He did not. Instead, only one day after Special Counsel Mueller testified before Congress, empowered in the belief that he had evaded accountability for making use of foreign support in our last election, President Trump was on the phone with the President of Ukraine, pressing him to intervene on President Trump's behalf in the next election. Let's take a moment to let that sink in. July 24th, Bob Mueller concludes a lengthy investigation. He comes before the Congress. He testifies that Russia systemically interfered in our election to help elect Donald Trump, that the campaign understood that and they willfully made use of that help. July 24th, that's what happens. The very next day, he's on the phone, President Trump is on the phone with a different foreign power, this time Ukraine, trying to get Ukraine to interfere in the next election, the next day. That should tell us something. That should tell us something. He did not feel shamed by what the special counsel found. He did not feel deterred by what the special counsel found. He felt emboldened by escaping accountability. For the very next day, he's on the phone soliciting foreign interference again. Now, that July 25th phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky was a key part of President Trump's direct and corrupt solicitation of foreign help in the 2020 election. The request likely sounded familiar to President Zelensky, who had been swept into office in a landslide victory on a campaign of rooting out just the type of corruption he was being asked to undertake on this call with our president. Zelensky campaigned as a reformer, as someone outside of politics who would come up and clean up corruption, who would end the political prosecutions, end the political investigations, and what is his most important and powerful patron asking him to do exactly what he campaigned against. No wonder he resisted this pressure campaign. Now, President Trump had been provided talking points for discussion by the National Security Council staff beforehand, including recommendations to encourage President Zelensky to continue to promote anti-corruption reforms in Ukraine. So the National Security Staff understood what was in the U.S. national security interests, and that was rooting out corruption. And they encouraged the president to talk about it. But as you see from the record of the call, and I joined the president saying, read the call, that topic was never addressed. The word corruption never escapes his lips. Instead, President Trump openly pressed President Zelensky to pursue the two investigations that would benefit him personally. In response to President Zelensky's gratitude for the significant military support the United States has provided to Ukraine, President Trump said, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike. I guess you have one of your wealthy people, the server. They say Ukraine has it. That's that crazy conspiracy theory I talked about earlier, that there's this server somewhere in Ukraine that shows that, in fact, it was Ukraine that hacked the DNC, not the Russians. That's a Russian propaganda conspiracy theory, and here it is being promulgated by the President of the United States, and more than promulgated. He's pressuring an ally to further this Russian propaganda, because he was referring to this extensively discredited conspiracy theory that Ukraine was the one who really hacked the DNC, the Democratic National Committee servers, in 2016. And that reference to CrowdStrike, well, that's an American cybersecurity firm. And the theory, this kooky conspiracy theory, is that CrowdStrike moved the DNC servers to Ukraine to prevent U.S. law enforcement from getting them. If Ukraine announced an investigation into this fabrication, President Trump would remove what he perceived to be a cloud over his legitimacy, the legitimacy of his last election, Russia's assistance with his campaign, and suggest that it was the Democratic Party that was the real beneficiary of help. On the call, President Trump told Zelensky, whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible. President Zelensky agreed that he would do the investigation, saying, yes, it is very important for me, and everything that you just mentioned earlier. President Trump then turned to his second request, asking President Zelensky to look into the sham allegation into former Vice President Biden. President Trump said to President Zelensky, the other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son, that Biden stopped the prosecution. And a lot of people want to find out about that, so whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution, so if you could look into it, it sounds horrible to me. There is no question that President Trump intended in pressing the Ukraine leader to look into his political rival. Even after the impeachment inquiry began, he confirmed his desire on the South Lawn of the White House, declaring not only that Ukraine should investigate Biden, but that China should do the same. Let's see what he said.
Mr. President, what exactly did you hope Zelensky would do about the Bidens after your phone call? Exactly.
Well, I would think that if they were honest about it, they'd start a major investigation into the Bidens. It's a very simple answer. they should investigate the Bidens, because how does a company that's newly formed, and all these companies, if you look at, and by the way, likewise, China should start an investigation into the Bidens, because what happened in China is just about as bad as what happened with Ukraine.
Now, the day after that July 25th phone call, President Trump sought confirmation that President Zelensky understood his request to announce the politically motivated investigations and that he would follow through. After meeting with Ukrainian officials, President Zelensky and his top aide, the president's hand-picked ambassador to the European Union, Gordon Sondland, called President Trump from an outdoor restaurant in Kiev to report back. This was the second conversation between the two about Ukraine in as many days. David Holmes, an American diplomat dining with Sondland, overheard the call, including the president's voice through the cell phone. I described part of that call last night. Holmes testified that President Trump asked Sondland, "So he's going to do the investigation?" Sondland replied that he's going to do it, adding that President Zelensky will do anything you ask him to. After the phone call, Holmes took the opportunity to ask Ambassador Sondland for his candid impression of the president's views on Ukraine. According to Holmes,
in particular, I asked Ambassador Sondland if it was true that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. Ambassador Sondland agreed that the president did not give an expletive about Ukraine. I asked why not. Ambassador Sondland stated that the president only cares about big stuff. I noted there was big stuff going on in Ukraine, like a war with Russia. And Ambassador Sondland replied that he meant big stuff that benefits the president, like the Biden investigation that Mr. Giuliani was pushing. The conversation then moved on to other topics.
those 3 days in July, the 24th, the 25th, and the 26th, reveal a lot about President Trump's effort to solicit help from a foreign country in assisting his own re-election. On the 24th, Special Counsel Mueller testifies that Russia interfered in our 2016 election to assist the Trump campaign, which knew about the interference, welcomed it, and utilized it. That's the 24th. The 25th is the day of the call, when President Trump, believing he had escaped accountability for Russian meddling in the first election and his welcoming of it, asked the Ukrainian president to help him undermine the special counsel's conclusion and help him smear a political opponent, former Vice President Biden. And then the third day in a row in July, President Trump sought to ensure that Ukraine had received his request and understood it and would take the necessary steps to announce the investigations that he wanted. 3 days in July. In many ways, those 3 days in July tell so much of the story. This course of conduct alone should astound all of us who value the sanctity of our elections, and who understand that the vast powers of the presidency are reserved only for actions which benefit the country as a whole, rather than the political fortunes of any one individual. President Trump's effort to use an official head of state phone call to solicit the announcement of investigations helpful to his re-election is not only conduct unbecoming a president, but it is conduct of one who believes that the powers of his high office are political tools to be wielded against his opponents, including by asking a foreign government to investigate a United States citizen and for a corrupt purpose. That alone is grounds for removal from office of the 45th president. But these 3 days in July were neither the beginning nor the end of this scheme. President Trump, acting through agents inside and outside of the U.S. government, including his personal attorney Rudy Giuliani, sought to compel Ukraine to announce the investigations by withholding the head of state meeting in the Oval Office until the president of Ukraine complied. Hosting an Oval Office meeting for a foreign leader is an official act available only to one person, the President of the United States. And it is an official act that President Trump had already offered to President Zelensky during their first phone call on April 21st and in a subsequent letter to the Ukrainian leader. Multiple witnesses testified about the importance of a White House meeting for Ukraine. For example, Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent explained that a White House meeting was very important for Ukrainians to demonstrate the strength of their relationship with Ukraine's strongest supporter. Dr. Fiona Hill of the National Security Council explained a White House meeting would supply the new Ukrainian government with, quote, the legitimacy it needed, especially vis-a-vis the Russians, and that the Ukrainians viewed a White House meeting as a recognition of their legitimacy as a sovereign state. This White House meeting would also prove to be important for 3 hand-picked agents whom President Trump placed in charge of U.S.-Ukraine issues: Ambassador Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and Energy Secretary Rick Perry, the so-called 3 amigos. They hope to convince President Trump to hold an Oval Office meeting with Zelensky. During a meeting of the 3 amigos on May 23rd, President Trump told them that Ukraine had tried to take him down in 2016. He then directed them, talk to Rudy Giuliani about Ukraine. It was immediately clear that Giuliani, who was pursuing the discredited investigations in Ukraine on the President's behalf, was the key to unlocking an Oval Office meeting for President Zelensky. Giuliani by then had said publicly that he was actively pursuing investigations President Trump corruptly desired and planning a trip to Ukraine. Giuliani admitted, quote, "We're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation." On May 10, however, Giuliani canceled the trip to Ukraine to dig up dirt on former Vice President Biden and the 2016 conspiracy theory, just as President Zelensky won elections for the presidency and parliament. Faced with a choice between working with Giuliani to pursue an Oval Office meeting, understanding it meant taking part in a corrupt effort to secure the political investigations, or abandoning efforts to support our Ukrainian ally, the President's agents fell into line. They would pursue the White House meeting and explain to Ukraine that announcements of the investigations was the price of admission. As Ambassador Sondland made clear,
I know that members of this committee frequently frame these complicated issues in the form of a simple question: was there a quid pro quo? As I testified previously, with regard to the requested White House call and the White House meeting, the answer is yes.
This quid pro quo was negotiated between the President's agents, Rudy Giuliani, and Ukrainian officials throughout the summer of 2019 in numerous telephone calls, text messages, and meetings, including during a meeting hosted by then National Security Advisor John Bolton on July 10th. Near the end of that July 10th meeting, after the Ukrainians again raised the issue of a White House visit, Ambassador Sondland blurted out that there would be agreement for a White House meeting once the investigations began. At that point, Bolton immediately stiffened and abruptly ended the meeting. During a subsequent discussion that day, Sondland was even more explicit. Lieutenant Colonel Alex Vindman, a director for Europe and Ukraine on the National Security Council, testified that Sondland began to discuss the deliverable required to get the White House meeting, which Sondland specifically mentioned was investigation of the Bidens. This is again in that meeting in the White House with a Ukrainian delegation and an American delegation. Sondland explained in that meeting he had an agreement with Acting Chief of Staff Mick Mulvaney, whereby President Zelensky would be granted the Oval Office meeting if he went forward with the investigations. After the meeting, Vindman's supervisor, Dr. Hill, reported back to Bolton, who told her to tell John Eisenberg, the National Security Council legal advisor, that he was not part of whatever drug deal Sondland and Mulvaney are cooking up on this. She reported her concerns, as did Vindman. It remains unclear what action, if any, Bolton or Eisenberg took once they were made aware of Mulvaney and Sondland's drug deal. Both refused to testify in our inquiry. However, Dr. Hill testified that she understood that Mr. Eisenberg informed Mr. Cipollone of her concerns about the drug deal. If this body is serious about a fair trial, one that is fair to the President and to the American people, we again urge you to allow the House to call both Eisenberg and Bolton, as well as other key witnesses with first-hand knowledge who refuse to testify before the House on the orders of the President. Additional testimony and documents are particularly important because, according to Sondland, everyone was in the loop when it came to the President's self-serving effort. In part relying on email excerpts, Sondland explained that the President's senior aides and cabinet officials knew that the White House meeting was predicated on Ukraine's announcement of the investigations beneficial to the President's political campaign. Hill characterized the quid pro quo succinctly.
But it struck me yesterday when you put up on the screen Ambassador Sondland's emails and who was on these emails, and he said, these are the people who need to know, that he was absolutely right, because he was being involved in a domestic political errand. And we were being involved in national security foreign policy, and those two things had just diverged.
In effect, President Zelensky was being drawn into this domestic political errand. He grew wary of becoming involved in another country's election and domestic affairs. Bill Taylor, the acting U.S. ambassador to Ukraine at the time, described a conversation he had with a senior aide to the Ukrainian leader. He said,
also on July 20th, I had a phone conversation with Alexander Daniluk, President Zelensky's national security advisor, who emphasized that President Zelensky did not want to be used as an instrument in a U.S. re-election campaign.
Remember that conversation when you hear counsel say that the Ukrainians felt no pressure to be involved in a U.S. re-election campaign. But that concern did not deter President Trump. In his conversation with Sondland shortly before the 25th of July call, the President made clear that he not only wanted Ukraine to do the investigations or announce them, but also a White House meeting would only be scheduled if President Zelensky confirmed these investigations. As Volker communicated to President Zelensky's top aide by text less than 30 minutes before the phone call between Trump and Zelensky, and again, we're talking about July 25th, in a text 30 minutes before the Trump-Zelensky phone call, here's what is said. With Volker texting Andrei Yermak, a top aide to President Zelensky, good lunch. Thanks. Heard from White House. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, quote, get to the bottom of what happened, unquote, in 2016, we will nail down date for visit to Washington. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Kurt. Well, those words couldn't be much clearer. Assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016, we'll nail down the visit to Washington. That's a text 30 minutes before that call. Counsel for the President would like you to think this is just about that call. You don't get to look outside the four corners of that call. They don't want you to look at the months that went into preparing for that call or the months of pressure that followed it. But you can just look at, right now, what happened 30 minutes before that call in this text message. Heard from White House, assuming President Z convinces Trump he will investigate, get to the bottom of what happened in 2016. If you were wondering how it seemed that President Zelensky was aware of what he was going to be asked on that call, this is how you can tell. He was prepped. Of course he was prepped. And in fact, the missing reference in the call record to Burisma was a signal Colonel Vindman recognized that clearly he had been prepped for that call. Why else would the name of this particular energy company come up in that conversation? Well, President Zelensky clearly got the message. Toward the end of the call with President Trump, President Zelensky said, "I also want to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also wanted to ensure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation." Thank you for the invitation. On the other hand, I want to assure you that we will be very serious about the case and we will work on the investigation. President Zelensky clearly understood the quid pro quo for the White House meeting on July 25th. But his reticence to be used as a political pawn kept President Trump from moving forward with a promise to schedule the meeting. And so, the President and his agents pressed on. In August, Giuliani met with a top Ukrainian aide and made it clear that Ukraine must issue a public statement announcing the investigations in order to get the White House meeting. Fearful of getting involved in U.S. domestic politics and having entered office with a promise to clean up government and corruption, President Zelensky and his aides preferred a generic statement about investigations. But Giuliani insisted, no, the statement must include 2 specific investigations that would benefit President Trump. Let's look at a comparison between the statement the Ukrainians preferred and the one that Giuliani required. So on the left, and I will read it in case you can't see the screens, the draft, the Yermak draft, the Ukrainian draft, says we intend to initiate and complete a transparent and unbiased investigation of all available facts and episodes, which in turn will prevent the recurrence of this problem in the future. That's pretty generic. But here's the Giuliani-Volker-Sondland response. This is what had to be included. We intend to initiate and complete a transparent and unbiased investigation of all available facts and episodes. Up to that point, it's exactly the same, until you get to including those involving Burisma and the 2016 U.S. elections. And then it goes back to the Ukrainian draft, which in turn will prevent the recurrence of this problem in the future. You can see in this such graphic evidence Ukrainians did not want to do this. They didn't even want to mention this. Giuliani had to insist, no, 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 we're not going to be satisfied with some generic statement. After all, I think we can see this isn't about corruption. No, this isn't about announcing investigations to damage Biden and to promote this fiction about the last election. So here in these texts you see that Giuliani, Volker, and Sondland have added these references to Burisma, a thinly veiled reference to former Vice President Biden and the 2016 election. They wish to ensure the Ukrainians mentioned the sham investigations President Trump required. Now, the Ukrainians recoiled at the new statement, recognizing that releasing it would run directly counter to the anti-corruption platform that Zelensky campaigned on and would embroil them in U.S. election politics. As a result, Zelensky didn't get his White House meeting. He still hasn't gotten his White House meeting. Senators, witness testimony, text messages, emails, and the call record itself confirm a corrupt quid pro quo for the White House meeting, an official act available only to the President of the United States in exchange for the announcement of political investigations. The President and his allies have offered no explanation for this effort, except the President can abuse his office all he likes, and there's nothing you can do about it. Can't indict him, can't impeach him. That is because they cannot seriously dispute that President Trump corruptly used an official White House visit for a foreign leader to compel the Ukrainian president into helping him cheat in the next election. The White House meeting, of course, was not the only official act that President Trump conditioned on the announcement of investigations into Biden and the conspiracy theory meant to exonerate President Trump from Russia's interference on his behalf in the last election. In a far more draconian step, as we have discussed, the President withheld $391 million of military aid. Several weeks before this phone call with President Zelensky, but after Giuliani was already pressing Ukrainian officials to conduct the investigations his clients sought, President Trump ordered the hold on Ukraine's military aid. Significantly, this was after Congress had already been notified that most of it was prepared to be spent. Ukraine had met all of the critical conditions for anti-corruption and defense reforms in order to receive the funds. We conditioned the funds. They met the conditions. The funds were ready to go. At the time, and even today, witnesses uniformly testified that the order to hold the funding came without explanation to the foreign policy and national security officials responsible for Ukraine. The only message from the Office of Management and Budget was that the hold was implemented at the direction of the President. Since Russia's illegal incursion into Ukraine in 2014, the U.S. has maintained a bipartisan policy of delivering hundreds of millions of dollars of military aid to Ukraine each year, which several senators here have personally invested significant time and effort to ensure. And it was President Trump himself who originally authorized additional financial support for military assistance to Ukraine in 2017 and 2018, without reservation, making his abrupt decision to withhold assistance in 2019 without explanation all the more surprising to those responsible for Ukraine policy. That confusion, however, would soon disappear. The President used the hold on military aid as leverage to pressure Ukraine to announce these investigations that he hoped would help his re-election campaign. The only difference between the prior years, when the President approved the aid without question, and the inexplicable aid on hold in 2019 was the emergence of Joe Biden as a potentially formidable obstacle to the President's re-election. These funds that the President withheld, these funds, they don't just benefit Ukraine. They benefit the security of the United States by ensuring that Ukraine is equipped to defend its own borders against Russian aggression. As Ambassador Taylor noted in his deposition, the United States provides Ukraine with radar and weapons and sniper rifles, communication that save lives. It makes Ukrainians more effective. It might even shorten the war. That's what our hope is, to show the Ukrainians can defend themselves. And the Russians, in the end, will say, okay, we're going to stop. That's in our interest. This isn't just about Ukraine or its national security. It's about our national security. This isn't charity. It's about our defense as much as Ukraine's. Ambassador Taylor also said that the American aid was a concrete demonstration of the United States' commitment to resist aggression and to defend freedom. That's what this country is supposed to be about, right? Resisting aggression, defending freedom, not exporting corrupt ideas. That's what we're supposed to be about, right? It was against this backdrop that American officials responsible for Ukraine policy sat in astonishment, according to Ambassador Taylor, when they learned about the hold. Officials immediately expressed concerns about the legality of President Trump's hold on assistance to Ukraine. Their concerns were well warranted, as the Government Accountability Office, which was just last night poo-pooed by the President's Council, well, it's just some institution of Congress. Right? They're going to be just inherently biased, right? Well, they're a nonpartisan organization that both parties have come to rely upon. But I'm not surprised they don't like the conclusion of the GAO, because the Defense Department warned them that this was going to be the conclusion, and that conclusion was the hold on aid was not only wrong, it was not only immoral, it was also illegal. It violated the law. a law that we passed so that presidents could not refuse to spend money that we allocated for the defense of others and for ourselves. The Impeachment Control Act prevents the President and other government officials from unilaterally making funding decisions when Congress has made its intent clear. In fact, the Act exists precisely because of previous presidential abuses of Congress's power of the purse during the Nixon era. The nonpartisan GAO ruled that the hold on military aid was not only illegal, but that holding underscores the President's efforts to go to any lengths to ensure his own personal benefit rather than take care that the laws be faithfully executed, as he swore he would do when he took his oath of office. Now, because of recent Freedom of Information Act responses and media reports, we now know additional details about how senior officials expressed serious reservations about the legality of the hold at the time. So this is not like some new surprise. This is not like something that just came out of the blue. Oh, an independent watchdog agency found this was illegal. No, they knew this was illegal at the time. These concerns were raised at the time. Certain individuals who may have further information about the hold have refused to testify at the President's direction, including his Chief of Staff, Mick Mulvaney, his Deputy, Robert Blair, OMB official Michael Duffy. All of them defied congressional subpoenas, but were included in important email communications that have been made public only recently. As you know, these and many other categories of documents from the White House, Defense Department, OMB were subpoenaed by the House, and none was produced. None, at the President's direction and through Mr. Cipollone's intervention. Although the investigation developed an overwhelming body of evidence that clearly proves that the President implemented this hold to pressure Ukraine to announce investigations, the full story behind the hold, the full and complete story, is within your power to request. As you consider the evidence we present to you, ask yourselves whether the documents and witnesses that have been denied by the President's complete and unprecedented obstruction could shed more light on this critical topic. You may agree with the House managers that the evidence of the President's withholding of military aid to coerce Ukraine is already supported by overwhelming evidence, and no further insight is necessary to convict the President. But if the President's lawyers attempt to contest these or other factual matters, you are left with no choice but to demand to hear from each witness with first-hand knowledge. A fair trial requires nothing less. Let's look at some of the evidence that we gather notwithstanding this obstruction. First, the President withheld the aid without explanation and against the advice of his own agencies, cabinet officials, national security experts, including Secretary Pompeo, Secretary Esper, Ambassador Bolton, and others. Only Mick Mulvaney, a central figure in this effort, reportedly supported the hold, and he told us why. During a press briefing, Mulvaney personally acknowledged that the hold was ordered as part of a quid pro quo designed to get Ukraine to undertake the investigation President Trump sought. Second, the reason for the security assistance hold was undoubtedly on the President's mind during the telephone call with President Zelensky on July 25th. Near the beginning of their conversation, President Zelensky expresses gratitude for U.S. military assistance, noting the United States, quote, great support in the area of defense. Immediately after President Zelensky's reference to defense and military support, President Trump responded by saying, I would like you to do us a favor, though, because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. President Trump then proceeded to openly press Ukraine to conduct these investigations. Third, numerous officials were aware that President Trump was withholding the White House meeting until the Ukrainian president announced the investigations. That the president would ratchet up pressure on Ukraine to compel its action stunned Ukraine experts like Ambassador Taylor, but followed logically for those engaged in the president's corrupt scheme. Fourth, by the end of August, there was still no explanation for the hold, despite ongoing efforts from numerous officials to persuade the president to release the money. And the leverage of the White House meeting had not succeeded in coercing Ukraine to announce the investigations, providing the president and his agents every reason to use the most aggressive lever of influence, hundreds of millions of dollars of military support, to compel Ukraine to act. If they didn't feel pressure, they would have done it. They would have done it. But of course they did. Imagine if this country were dependent on a more powerful country for our defense. Imagine we were at war. Imagine we were waiting for weapons to defend ourselves. Something our framers could have understood. Imagine that we found ourselves in those circumstances, and much to our astonishment, we couldn't even get a meeting with our ally. Much to our astonishment, they were withholding aid from us. You think we'd feel pressure? Of course we would. The framers had common sense, and so must we. Are we to accept, well, the president said there was no quid pro quo? I guess that closes the case. In every courtroom in America, jurors, and I know you're not just jurors, I read the Clinton trial, you're jurors and judges. Jurors all over America are told you don't leave your common sense at the door. Well, we don't have to leave our common sense at the door here, too. 2 + 2 = 4. The aid is withheld. You're asking for it. We're asking for it. His own aides are asking for it. No one can get an explanation. Ukrainians can't get an explanation. All the Ukrainians get is, we want you to do these investigations. They're promised a White House meeting. They want a White House meeting. They need a White House meeting. They're going to be going into negotiations with Putin. They want to show strength. They can't get in the door. They see the Russian foreign minister get in the door of the White House. We see the photos of the president, the Russian foreign minister, or the ambassador. What a great time they're having, but no, the president of Ukraine, our ally, can't get in the door. They're not stupid. They know what's going on here. They're not stupid. That conversation I referenced yesterday when the Ukrainians threw it right back in our face. When Ambassador Volker said to his Ukrainian counterpart, you shouldn't investigate the former president, you shouldn't engage in those political investigations. Oh, the Ukrainian response was, you mean like the one you want us to do with the Bidens and the Clintons? They're not stupid. By the end of August, there was still no explanation for the hold, despite efforts by numerous people to seek the release of the funding. The leverage hadn't succeeded in getting the president to, in coercing Ukraine to announce the investigations, and so the aid was withheld. Two witnesses privy to this scheme testified that the only logical conclusion to reach about the president's continued hold on the aid was that it was intended to put more pressure on Ukraine to announce the investigations. As I said, they testified it was as simple as 2 + 2 = 4. We can do math, and more importantly, so can the Ukrainians, and maybe even more importantly than that, so can the Russians. Multiple senior officials, including President Trump himself, have confirmed this logical conclusion. On September 7th, Ambassador Sondland spoke directly to President Trump, who by that point was aware that a whistleblower complaint was circulating that alleged the contours of his scheme, and that Congress and the public were beginning to ask probing questions about the hold on aid, including whether the withholding of the aid was in exchange for re-election help. During that call, September 7th, so July, you've got Bob Mueller's testimony, you've got the call itself, You got the follow-up call the next day where the president is speaking to Sondland and wants to make sure they're going to do the investigations. You got August, while they're trying to hammer out a statement, and the Ukrainians are still resisting, and then you have September. September 7th, Ambassador Sondland on the phone with President Trump. At that point, he is aware that a whistleblower has filed a complaint alleging the contours of this scheme, and Congress and the public are beginning to ask questions about the hold on aid, including whether this was to get help in his reelection. And during this call between the President and Ambassador Sondland, without a prompt, President Trump told Sondland, there's no quid pro quo. Now, why would he do that? That's not something that comes up in normal conversation, right? Hello, Mr. President, how are you today? No quid pro quo. That's the kind of thing that comes up in a conversation if you're trying to put your alibi out there. If you've heard about a whistleblower complaint, if you've seen allegations, if you know Congress is starting to sniff around, no quid pro quo. But, and I know this is astonishing, so much of the last 3 years has been a combination of shock and yet no surprise. And yet, even while the President is saying no quid pro quo, what does he say? Zelensky must publicly announce the 2 political investigations, and he should want to do it. No quid pro quo, except this quid pro quo. Sondland immediately relayed the message to President Zelensky, informing him that without the announcement of the political investigations, they would be at a stalemate. Sondland made clear that this reference to a stalemate meant the release of the security assistance. President Zelensky, after hesitating for weeks to join the president's corrupt scheme, finally relented. President Zelensky informed Sondland that he agreed to do a CNN interview. And Sondland understood that he would use that occasion to mention these items, meaning the 2 investigations at the heart of the scheme. The candidate Zelensky, who was swept into office with a landslide victory on a promise of fighting corruption, would be forced to undertake just the same kind of corrupt act he'd been elected to clean up. Upon learning this, Ambassador Taylor called Sondland to register his deep concern, telling him that it was crazy. Crazy. Taylor later texted Sondland to reinforce the point. As I said on the phone, I think it's crazy to withhold security assistance for help with a political campaign. As I said on the phone. Clearly they had discussed it. As I said on the phone. Taylor testified about the message and the events leading up to it. Taylor said that security system was so important for Ukraine, as well as our own national interest. To withhold that assistance for no good reason other than help with the political campaign made no sense. It was counterproductive to all of what we had been trying to do. It was illogical. It could not be explained. It was crazy. What's more, Ambassador Taylor also came to learn that President Trump wanted Zelensky in a public box. He testified Mr. Goldman asking the question, now you referenced a television interview and a desire for President Trump to put Zelensky in a public box, which you also have in quotes. Was that in your notes? Now this is a reference, I think, to his written testimony. Was that reference to in a public box in his notes? Remember, he kept detailed notes. Taylor's answer, it was in my notes. And what did you understand to mean to put Zelensky in a public box? And Taylor responds, I understood that to mean that President Trump, through Ambassador Sondland, was asking for President Zelensky to publicly commit to these investigations, that it was not sufficient to do this in private, that this needed to be done, this needed to be a very public statement. So we saw earlier the side-by-side comparison, right, of what the Ukrainians wanted to say. They wanted to make no mention of these specific investigations, and how Giuliani insisted, no, 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 this isn't going to be credible unless you mention these specific investigations. This is what it's going to take. And now you see Ambassador Sondland has acknowledged to Ambassador Taylor that not enough to use even the right language, apparently. Got to be done in public. We're not going to take any private commitment. It's got to be done in public. As we would later come to understand, this is because President Trump didn't care about the investigations being done. He just wanted them announced. He wanted Zelensky in a public box. He wanted it announced publicly. Ambassador Taylor also testified that he understood from Sondland that because President Trump was a businessman, he would expect to get something in return before signing a check.
During our meeting, during our call on September 8th, Ambassador Sondland tried to explain to me that President Trump is a businessman. When a businessman is about to sign a check to someone who owes him something, the businessman asks that person to pay up before signing the check. Ambassador Volker used the same language several days later while we were together at the Yalta European Strategy Conference. I argued to both that the explanation made no sense. The Ukrainians did not owe President Trump anything.
This is very telling. Ambassador Taylor, Vietnam veteran, West Point graduate. Ukrainians didn't owe us anything. Clearly, Donald Trump felt the Ukrainians owed him. Right? This is not about Ukraine's national security. It's not about our national security. It's not about corruption. No, it's about what's in it for me. Those Ukrainians owe me. Before I sign a check, and by the way, that's not his money. That's your money. That's the American people's money for their defense. But here we see Ambassador Sondland explaining, no, President Trump's a businessman. Before he's going to sign a check, he wants to get something. And of course, that's something that he was going to sign that check for, he's going to make that payment for with our tax dollars. That thing that he was going to buy with those tax dollars was a smear of his opponent and an effort to lift whatever cloud he felt was over his presidency because of the Russian interference on his behalf in the last election. Now, the President has offered an assortment of shifting explanations after the fact for the hold on aid, including that he withheld the money because of corruption in Ukraine or concerns about burden sharing with other European countries. But those arguments are completely without merit. First, the President's own administration had determined by the time of the hold that Ukraine had undertaken all necessary anti-corruption and defense reforms in order to receive the funds. The Defense Department and State Department officials repeatedly made this clear as the hold remained and threatened the ability of the agencies to spend the money before the end of the fiscal year. Second, the evidence revealed that the President only asked about foreign contributions to Ukraine in September, nearly 2 months after the President implemented the hold, and as it became clear that the public, Congress, and a whistleblower were becoming aware of the President's scheme. The after-the-fact effort to come up with a justification also belies the truth. The European countries provide far more financial support to Ukraine than the United States. Their support is largely economic. Ours also includes a lot of military support. But Europe is a substantial financial backer of Ukraine. Something else remarkable about this I was struck by yesterday as we were going through the importance of the witness testimony and looking at some of those redacted emails in which the administration sought to hide its misconduct. In those redactions, when we got to see what was beneath them, and there was an indication, this is very close hold. This is a need-to-know basis only. Remember that? We'll show you that again, but one of those emails that only came to light, I believe, recently, and not because the administration wanted you to see this information, we see there's a desire not to let people know about this hold. If the president was fighting corruption, if he wanted the Europeans to pay more, why would he hide it from us? Why would he hide it from the Ukrainians? Why would he hide it from the rest of the world? If this was a desire to get Europe to pay more, why wouldn't he charge Sondland to go ask Europe for more? Why wouldn't he be proud to tell the Congress of the United States, I'm holding up this aid, and I'm holding it up because I'm worried about corruption? Why wouldn't he? Because, of course, it wasn't true. There's no evidence of that. And what's more, the White House admitted why the president held up the money. The president's own chief of staff explained precisely why during October 17th and October 17th press conference. Let's see again what he had to say.
Those were the driving factors. Did he also mention to me in the past the corruption related to the DNC server? Absolutely. No question about that. But that's it. And that's why we held up the money. Now, there was a report.
So the demand for an investigation into the Democrats was part of the reason that he ordered to withhold funding to Ukraine.
The look back to what happened in 2016 certainly was part of the thing that he was worried about in corruption with that nation. And that is absolutely appropriate.
But Mulvaney didn't just admit that the president withheld the crucial aid appropriated by Congress to apply pressure on Ukraine to do the president's political dirty work. He also said that we should just get over it. Let's watch.
But to be clear, what you just described is a quid pro quo. It is funding will not flow unless the investigation into the Democratic server happened as well.
We do that all the time with foreign policy. If you read the news reports and you believe them, what did McKinney say yesterday? Well, McKinney said yesterday that he was really upset with the political influence in foreign policy. That was one of the reasons he was so upset about this. And I have news for everybody. Get over it. There's going to be political influence in foreign policy.
Should the Congress just get over it? Should the American people just come to expect that our presidents will corruptly abuse their office to seek the help of a foreign power to cheat in our elections? Should we just get over it? Is that what we've come to? I hope and pray that the answer is no. We cannot allow a president to withhold military aid from an ally at war for illicit help in a re-election campaign. I hope that we don't have to just get over that. I hope that we just don't have to get accustomed to that. Is that what we want to tell our constituents? Yeah, the president withheld aid. It damaged our national security, and yeah, he wouldn't meet with a foreign leader who's important to us unless he got help in the next election, and yeah, it's wrong to try to get a foreign power to help. It's kind of cheating, really, if we're going to be honest about it and blatant about it. It's cheating. Americans are supposed to decide American elections, but, you know, I guess we just need to get over it. I guess that's just what we should now expect of a president of the United States. I guess there's really no remedy for that anymore. The impeachment, I mean, maybe that was a good idea 200 years ago, but I guess we just need to get over it. I guess maybe the president really is above the law because they say you can't indict the president. The president says you can't even investigate the president. The president is in court saying you can not only not indict the president, you can't even investigate the president. Attorney General's position is you can't even investigate the president. Are we really prepared to say that? The only answer to presidential misconduct is we just need to get over it? What are we going to say with the next president? What are we going to say with the president who's from a different party, who refuses the same kind of subpoenas? And the president says to you, or his chief of staff says to you, or her chief of staff says to you, just get over it. I'm not doing anything different than Donald Trump did. Just get over it. He asked for help in the next election. I'm asking for help in the next election. Just get over it. We do this kind of thing all the time. People are cynical enough as it is about politics, about people's commitment to their good. Cynical enough without having us confirm it for them. I think it's more than crazy. That was Ambassador Taylor's word. I think it's more than crazy. I think it's a gross abuse of power. And I don't think that impeachment power is a relic. If it is a relic, I wonder how much longer our republic can succeed. For months, President Trump and his agents had pressured Ukraine to announce the investigations. And President Zelensky finally yielded. As previously noted, he scheduled a CNN interview and planned to publicly announce the politically motivated investigations. He informed Sondland of this plan during a September 7th phone call. In the same call, Sondland relayed to President Zelensky that Trump required that the Ukrainian leader make the public announcement in order to get the critical military aid. President Trump's corruption had finally worn down President Zelensky, overcoming his effort to remain true to his anti-corruption platform, until events intervened. Before Zelensky could do the interview, President Trump learned that his scheme had been exposed. Facing public and congressional pressure on September 11th, the president finally released the hold on aid to Ukraine. Just like with the implementation of the hold, he provided no reason for the release. But the reason is quite simple. The president got caught. In late August, President Trump learned about a whistleblower complaint that was winding its way through the intelligence agencies on its way to Congress. On September 9th, 3 House committees announced an investigation into President Trump's Ukraine misconduct and that of his proxy, Rudy Giuliani. Later that day, again September 9th, the Intelligence Community Inspector General notified the Senate and House Intelligence Committees of the existence of the complaint and the fact that it was being withheld from Congress contrary to law and in an unprecedented fashion. Facing significant public pressure on September 11th, the president gave up and released the money to Ukraine. 1 week later, President Zelensky canceled the CNN interview. And rather than demonstrate contrition or acknowledge wrongdoing, the president instead has continued his effort, even after the impeachment investigation began. He not only continued to call on Ukraine to investigate his political opponent and called on China to do the same. This should concern all of us. It's a confirmation not only of the scheme to pressure Ukraine to help his political campaign, but a clear sign that the president believes that these corrupt acts are acceptable. A president this unapologetic, this lawless, this unbound to the Constitution and the oath of office must be removed from that office, lest he continue to use the vast presidential powers at his disposal to seek advantage in the next election. President Trump's abuse of powers of his office undermined the integrity of our free and fair elections and compromised America's national security. If we don't stand up to this peril today, we will write the history of our decline with our own hand. If President Trump is not held to account, we send the message to future presidents, future Congresses, and generations of Americans that the personal interests of the president can fairly take precedent over those of the nation. The domestic effects of this descent from democracy will be a weakened trust in the integrity of our elections and the rule of law, and a steady decline of the spread of democratic values throughout the world. For how can any country trust the United States as a model of governance if it is one that sanctions precisely the political corruption and invitation to foreign meddling that we have long sought to help eradicate in burgeoning democracies around the world? To protect against foreign interference in our elections, we have guardrails built into our democratic system. We have campaign finance laws to ensure that political assistance can come only from domestic actors, and we take seriously the need to shore up the integrity of our voting systems so that a foreign government or actor cannot change vote tallies. The promise of one person, one vote is only effective if each vote is cast free of foreign interference. Americans decide American elections. At least they should. Now, what if electoral corruption is even more insidious? What happens when the invitation comes from within? Our framers understood that threat too. George Mason noted at the Constitutional Convention that impeachment was a necessary tool because the man who has practiced corruption and by that means procured his appointment in the first instance could seek to repeat his guilt. In June of last year, President Trump was clear that if a foreign government offered dirt on his political opponent, he would take it. A statement deeply at odds with the guidance provided at the time by his own FBI director, the former Federal Elections Commission chair, and our Constitution, written some 233 years ago. In no uncertain terms, it admonishes that any person holding office of profit or trust, it admonishes against them accepting of any present from a foreign state. But President Trump did more than take the foreign help in 2019, as he had done in 2016. This time, he not only asked for it in the July 25th call, but when he didn't get the help from the Ukrainian president in the form of the announced investigations, he withheld hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer-funded military aid and a coveted White House meeting to increase the pressure on Ukraine to comply. And later he demonstrated no remorse and continued to encourage Ukraine to conduct the political investigations he wanted, even asking other countries to do so. The consequences of these actions alone have shaken our democratic system. What message will we send if we choose not to hold this president accountable for his abuse of power, to solicit re-election interference in our upcoming election? The misconduct undertaken by this president may lead future presidents to believe that they too can use the substantial power conferred on them by the Constitution in order to undermine it. Nothing could weaken the integrity of our elections more, and no campaign finance law or statement by a future FBI director could stand up to the precedent of electoral misconduct set by the President of the United States if we do not say clearly that this behavior is unacceptable and, more than unacceptable, impeachable. We also undermine our global standing as a country long viewed as a model for democratic ideals worth emulating. We have, for generations, been the shining city upon a hill that President Reagan described. America is not just a country, but also an idea. But what worth is that idea if, when tried, we do not affirm the values that underpin it? What will those nascent democracies around the world conclude? That democracy is not only difficult, but maybe that it's too difficult? Maybe that it's impossible? And who will come to fill the void that we leave when the light from that shining city upon a hill is extinguished? The autocrats with whom we compete, who value not freedom and fair elections, but the unending rule of a repressive executive. Autocrats that value not freedom of the press and open debate, but disinformation, propaganda, and state-sanctioned lies. Vladimir Putin would like nothing better. The Russians have little democracy left thanks to Vladimir Putin. It's an autocracy, it's a thugocracy. The Russian storyline, the Russian narrative, the Russian propaganda, the Russian view they would like people around the world to believe is that every country is just the same corrupt system. There's no difference. It's not a competition between autocracy and democracy. No, it's just between autocrats and hypocrites. They make no bones about their loss of democracy. They just want the rest of the world to believe you can't find it anywhere. Why take to the streets in Moscow to demand something better if there's nothing better anywhere else? That's the Russian story. That's the Russian story. That's who prospers by the defeat of democracy. That's who wins by the defeat of our democratic ideals. It's not other democracies. It's the autocrats who are on the rise all over the world. I think all of us in this room have grown up in a generation where each successive generation lived with more freedom than the one that came before. We each had more freedom of speech and association, freedom to practice our faith. This was true at home, it was true all over the world. And I think we came to believe this was some immutable law of nature, only to find it isn't. Only to come to the terrible realization that this year fewer people live in freedom than last, and there's no guarantee that next year people will live in more freedom than today. And the prospect for our children is even more in doubt. Turns out there's nothing immutable about this. Every generation has to fight for it. We're fighting for it right now. There's no guarantee that this democracy that has served us so well will continue to prosper. We will struggle to protect this idea, and even as we do, we will struggle to protect our security in more tangible ways. Support for an independent and democratic Ukraine, which is the literal bulwark against Russian expansionism in Europe, is essential to our security. Russia showed that when it invaded Ukraine in 2014 and sought to redraw the map of Europe. Was our commitment to Ukraine's independence and sovereignty just an empty promise? Or are we prepared to support its efforts to keep Russia contained so that they and we may all eventually enjoy a long peace? Russia is not a threat, I don't need to tell you, to Eastern Europe alone. Ukraine has become the de facto proving ground for just the types of hybrid warfare that the 21st century will become defined by: cyber attacks, disinformation campaigns, efforts to undermine the legitimacy of state institutions, whether that is voting systems or financial markets. The Kremlin showed boldly in 2016 that with the malign skills it honed in Ukraine, they would not stay in Ukraine. Instead, Russia employed them here to attack our institutions, and they will do so again. Indeed, they've never stopped. Will we allow the primary country now fighting Russia to be weakened, placing our troops in Europe at greater risk, and opening the door to greater interference in our affairs at home? If we allow the President of the United States to pursue his political and personal interests rather than the national interest, we send a message to our European allies that our commitment to a Europe free and whole is for sale to the highest bidder. The strength of our global alliances relies on a shared understanding of what that alliance stands for. one built on the rule of law, on free and fair elections, on a shared struggle against aggression from autocratic regimes. We are countries built on a commitment to our people, not unyielding loyalty to a president who would be king. A president has a right to hold a call with a foreign leader, yes. And he has a right to decide the time and location of a meeting with that leader, yes. And he has a right to withhold funding to that leader should the law be followed and the purpose be just. But he does not, under our laws and under our Constitution, have a right to use the powers of his office to corruptly solicit foreign aid, prohibited foreign aid in his re-election. He does not. He does not have the right to withhold official presidential acts to secure that assistance, and he certainly does not have the right to undermine our elections and place our security at risk for his own personal benefit. No president, Republican or Democrat, can be permitted to do that. Now let me turn to the second article of impeachment, which charges the president with misusing the powers of his office to obstruct and interfere with the impeachment inquiry. The evidence you'll hear during the House presentation is equally undeniable and damning. President Trump issued a blanket order directing the entire executive branch not to cooperate with the impeachment inquiry and to withhold all documents and testimony. His order was categorical, it was indiscriminate, and historically unprecedented. No president before President Trump has ever ordered the complete defiance of an impeachment inquiry or sought to obstruct and impede so comprehensively the ability of the House of Representatives to investigate high crimes and misdemeanors. The President was able to block agencies across the executive branch from producing any records or documents to the House investigative committees despite duly authorized subpoenas. The White House continues to refuse to produce a single document or record in response to a House subpoena that remains in full force and effect. The Department of State and Office of Management and Budget, the Department of Energy, and the Department of Defense continue to refuse to provide a single document or record in response to House subpoenas that remain in full force and effect. It is worth underscoring this point. The House has yet to receive a single document from the executive branch agencies pursuant to its subpoenas. Not a single piece of paper, email, or other record has been turned over, not one. While I pause to get a drink of water, let me let you know for your timing, I have about 10 minutes left in my presentation. So the end is in sight. President Trump has also successfully blocked witnesses, 9 of them under subpoena, from testifying. Witnesses with firsthand knowledge of the president's actions, including his closest aides, some of whom were directly involved in executing the president's improper orders. These witnesses include Mick Mulvaney and Robert Blair, Russell Vought, the acting head of the Office of Management and Budget, Michael Duffy, a senior official, and the president's chief legal advisor on the National Security Council, John Eisenberg, among others. The managers will present in detail what these officials knew about their role in executing different parts of the president's scheme. There is no dispute, nor could there be, that President Trump's order substantially obstructed the House impeachment inquiry. That obstruction continues unabated today, even as we stand here at the start of the president's trial. And the president has been able to do so only because of the uniquely powerful position that he holds as our commander-in-chief. No other American could seek to obstruct an investigation into his own wrongdoing this way. No other American could use the vast powers and levers of his government to conduct a corrupt scheme to benefit themselves, and then use those same powers to suppress evidence and bar any cooperation with the authorities investigating them. Not a police chief, not a mayor, not a governor, not any elected official in the country, and certainly not any non-elected official in the country. All those folks watching us from around the country, you know what would happen to them if they defied a lawful subpoena. They got a subpoena commanding them to appear. You know what would happen to them because they're not above the law. They'd be arrested, they'd be detained, they'd be incarcerated, they would be forced to comply. They're not above the law, and neither are we, and neither is the President. And yet, despite the fact that he is not above the law, the President's extensive and persistent efforts, the House heard from courageous witnesses who did obey lawful subpoenas. And we gathered overwhelming evidence. The House built a formidable case that forms the basis of these articles. The second article for obstruction of Congress is not simply about President Trump's decision to obstruct a congressional investigation or even an impeachment inquiry. It should not be misunderstood as some routine dispute between two branches of government, nor should it be reduced to the notion that the President was simply protecting himself or fighting back against a partisan or overzealous Congress. The charges in the second article are much more serious and urgent than that. First, the President's attempt to obstruct the inquiry so categorically and comprehensively is part and parcel of the President's furious effort to conceal, suppress, and cover up his own misconduct. From the very first moment his actions were at the risk of coming to light, President Trump sought to hide and cover up key evidence, even as his scheme to pressure Ukraine was still underway. As the House presentation will make clear, the President's cover-up started even before the House began to investigate the President's Ukraine-related activity. The President learned early on of the existence of a lawful whistleblower complaint from within the intelligence community that would ring the first alarm. He deployed the White House and Justice Department to intervene in an unprecedented fashion to conceal and then withhold from Congress, for the first time ever, a credible and urgent whistleblower complaint, even though the law requires that it be provided to the congressional intelligence committees. Once the impeachment inquiry was underway in late September, the President used the immense and unique power at his disposal to direct and maintain at every turn the categorical defiance of congressional scrutiny, even as he attacked the inquiry itself and its witnesses. The President offered multiple and shifting justifications for obstructing the House's inquiry, each of them deficient, while his actions and statements powerfully reflect his own consciousness of guilt. Second, the ramifications of the President's obstruction go beyond the sinister motives of simply covering up his actions. His obstruction strikes at the heart of our Constitution. It threatens the last line of defense our founders purposely enshrined in our system to protect our democracy. If presidents can obstruct an impeachment inquiry undertaken by the House and evade accountability in the Senate, for doing so, they usurp an essential power granted exclusively to the Congress, and for a reason. Presidents could seize for themselves the power to neutralize and nullify the impeachment clause in order to shield themselves from any accountability. And if Congress is unable to investigate and impeach a president for abuse of their office, our democracy's essential check on a rogue president would fail. It would no longer protect the American people from a corrupt president who presents an ongoing threat. This is the outcome every American should be concerned about, and one that the founders warned us about. Through the impeachment clause, the framers of the Constitution empowered Congress to thoroughly investigate presidential malfeasance and to respond, if necessary, by removing the president from office. This entire framework depends upon Congress's ability to discover and then to thoroughly and effectively investigate presidential misconduct. Without the ability of Congress to do that, the impeachment power is a nullity. If you can't investigate it, you can't enforce it, you can't apply it. What we confront here in the second article of impeachment is therefore an impeachable offense aimed at destroying the impeachment power itself. When a president abuses the power of his office to so completely defy House investigators and does so without lawful cause or excuse, he attacks the Constitution itself. He confirms that he sees himself as above the law. His actions destabilize the separation of powers that defines our democracy and preserves our freedom, and establish an exceedingly dangerous precedent. And he proves that he is willing to destroy a vital safeguard against tyranny, a safeguard meant to protect the American people, just to advance his own personal interest in covering up evidence. The House presentation of the second article will therefore focus on three core areas that confirm the President's obstruction and require his removal from office. First, the singular importance and role of the impeachment clause for our democracy, and why an effort by a president to obstruct an impeachment inquiry is in and of itself an impeachable offense. Second, why the president's extensive effort to cover up evidence of his misconduct is unprecedented in American history and without lawful cause or justification. And finally, why the president's obstruction poses a direct threat to our system of self-governance, with consequences for all Americans today and in the future, and for both chambers of Congress. Over the coming days, you will hear from the House managers details of this scheme and the effort to hide it from Congress. The articles of impeachment that the House presented go to the heart of those efforts, and let me share a few key takeaways. The House of Representatives has found that using the powers of his eye office, President Trump solicited the interference of a foreign government, Ukraine, in the 2020 U.S. presidential election. He did so through a scheme or course of conduct that included soliciting the government of Ukraine to publicly announce investigations that would benefit his re-election, harm the election prospects of a political opponent, and influence the 2020 U.S. presidential election improperly and to his advantage. President Trump also sought to pressure the government of Ukraine to take these steps by conditioning official United States government acts of significant value to Ukraine on Ukraine's public announcement of these investigations. And he engaged in this scheme or course of conduct for corrupt purposes in pursuit of his personal political benefit. In doing so, President Trump used the powers of the presidency in a manner that compromised the national security of the United States and undermined the integrity of the U.S. democratic process. He thus ignored and injured the interests of the nation. As part of the House's impeachment inquiry, the committees undertaking that investigation served subpoenas, seeking documents and testimony deemed vital to the inquiry from various executive branch agencies and offices, current and former officials. In response and without lawful cause or excuse, President Trump directed executive branch agencies, offices, and officials not to comply with those subpoenas. President Trump thus interposed the powers of the presidency against the lawful subpoenas of the House of Representatives and assumed to himself functions and judgments necessary to the exercise of the sole power of impeachment vested by the Constitution in the House of Representatives. As George Washington and his troops retreated across the Delaware River in early December 1776, they were read the words of Thomas Paine, published that month in his pamphlet, The American Crisis. These are the times to try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of their country. But he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. 17 days later, George Washington crossed the Delaware, leading to a decisive victory for those who would come to shape our promising young country. As much as our founders feared an unchecked chief executive able to pursue his own will over the will of the people, They also feared the poison of excessive factionalism that could divert us from a difficult service to our country. As George Washington warned in his farewell address, the common and continual mischiefs of the spirit of party are sufficient to make it the interest and duty of a wise people to discourage and restrain it. Now, our political parties and affiliations are central to our democracy, ensuring that good and bad political philosophies alike are considered in the marketplace of ideas. Here, the American people can choose between the policies of one party or another and make decisions about their political leaders, up to and including the President of the United States, based on the degree to which that person represents their interests and values. That is not factionalism. That is the foundation of our democracy. But when a leader takes the reins of the highest office in our land and uses that awesome power to solicit the help of a foreign country to gain an unfair advantage in our free and fair elections, we all, Democrats and Republicans alike, must ask ourselves whether our loyalty is to our party or whether it is to our Constitution. If we say that we will align ourselves with that leader, allowing our sense of duty to be usurped by an absolute executive, that is not democracy. It is not even factionalism. It is a step on the road towards tyranny. The damage that this president has done to our relationship with a key strategic partner will be remedied over time. And Ukraine continues to enjoy strong bipartisan support in Congress. But if we fail to act, the damage to our democratic elections, to our national security, to our system of checks and balances will be long-lasting and potentially irreversible. As you will hear in the coming days, President Trump has acted in a manner grossly incompatible with self-governance. His conduct has violated his oath of office and his constitutional duty to faithfully execute the law. He has shown no willingness to be constrained by the rule of law and has demonstrated that he will continue to abuse his power and obstruct investigations into himself, causing further damage to the pillars of our democracy if he is not held accountable. He cannot be charged with a crime, so says the Department of Justice. There is no remedy for such a threat but removal from office of the President of the United States. If impeachment and removal cannot hold him accountable, then he truly is above the law. We are nearly 2.5 centuries into this beautiful experiment of American democracy, but our future is not assured. As Benjamin Franklin departed the Constitutional Convention, he was asked, "What have we got? A republic or a monarchy?" He responded simply, "A republic if you can keep it." A fair trial, impartial consideration of all of the evidence against the president is how we keep our republic. That concludes our introduction.
The majority leader is recognized.
Chief Justice, colleagues, I suggest we have a recess until 10 minutes to 4, at which moment we'll reconvene subject to call the chair.
Without objection, so ordered.
There you have the first 2 hours and 20 minutes of the House manager's impeachment presentation. Adam Schiff, a former prosecutor, going back to his legal roots there for the past 2 hours plus, opening statements of sorts, taking us through a chronology, as he called it, beginning with the transcript of the phone call that goes back to July with President Zelensky of Ukraine. Then he went into comments that the president made in the South Lawn of the White House in late August, early September, then a few clips from some of the hearings we saw in the Senate. Adam Schiff says this: "We cannot be sure the next vote will be fairly won. Republicans will argue that you're 9 months away from a national election." Adam Schiff says a lawless holder of the office of the White House must be removed from this office and considers him an ongoing threat. We've got our first break of the day. It'll go on for about 20 minutes and got a terrific panel ready to go for you. First from Washington, our reporters, Jonathan Swan from Axios, Kristen Fisher here from Fox News. On the political side, Ed Rollins and Leslie Marshall. On the legal side, Mark Thiessen, Matt Whitaker, and Guy Lewis. I'd like to begin with all of you just to get a chance at what you have heard and witnessed over the past 2+ hours. We could get a few interruptions. If it happens, we'll take our viewers there then. In the meantime, Jonathan Swan, how effective was the last 2 hours and 20 minutes?
The way we have to look at it, and this is from understanding from Democratic aides what they were thinking, is Adam Schiff realizes that a lot of these senators, yes, they've tuned into their cable news channel of choice, but they haven't actually followed in great detail what's been going on in the House and all of the testimony and the blow-by-blow. So his first job today was to lay out what he sees as the chronology of events. The second thing he was doing that's really important is using these lofty arguments about democracy, saving the republic, quoting Alexander Hamilton. That is really to appeal to those 4 or 5 potential swing Republican senators who view themselves as statesmen, people like Mitt Romney who like to think of themselves in that sort of, maybe this is exaggeration, but founding father-ish type frame. So you could see that very much targeted towards them. And the third thing he did repeatedly was target the Russia hawks among Republican senators, really talk about the threat of Russia and election interference, and tried to sort of appeal to that within some of these Republicans.
Interesting observations. I imagine we all have our own individual ones. Kristen Fisher, to you next now. What's yours?
I agree with Jonathan Swan. I was really struck by how much Adam Schiff was targeting those senators who might possibly be swayed to be pulled over to the Democrat side. And, we've heard so much invoking of our founding fathers, but the fact that Adam Schiff decided to open with Alexander Hamilton and close with Benjamin Franklin, one quote that really stood out to me was Schiff saying, "If we allow this, we write the history of our own decline with our own hand." And so he's really telling the Senate it is up to you to uphold our republic, to uphold our democracy in the way that our founding fathers intended it to be. But at the same time, don't forget, you have the White House, while Adam Schiff was speaking, sending out its own talking points, also invoking the founding fathers, also invoking Hamilton, and saying that Hamilton worried about precisely this moment, a majority using impeachment for a political process. So I think Adam Schiff did what he had to do today, but we're going to hear much more about the founding fathers going forward. And the question, of course, is how does that sit with those 4 or 5 Republican senators who
they have
pulled over?
21 hours and 40 minutes left on the clock as we stand right now. To the politics now, Ed Rollins, what did you hear?
What I heard is probably the most boring presentation I've seen in 50 years, and I've stood in that podium and watched a lot of filibusters. If this guy was a prosecutor, it's a good thing he got elected to Congress, because he'd be starving to death. It's the same garbage repeated 3 or 4 times does not make it right. He did not make the case. Half that poor Senate has to be asleep after having stayed up all last night, and all the American public has to look forward to is 21.5 more hours or whatever it is. It just was not a good presentation. It didn't convince anybody that it wasn't already there, and you had to be a real partisan to be there.
All right, Leslie, can you match that? Leslie Marshall.
I'm going to match it and go up a few. Look, I think he was very clear. I thought all along this was clear and compelling that the president sold out national security for personal gain. It was like a 3-act play, Bill. It started with the scheme, then it went to the quid pro quo dance with Ukraine, and then the aid, release, and obstruction. I was touched, and I think some Republicans might have been, maybe even Ed, when Adam Schiff talked about the city on the hill that was a favorite of Ronald Reagan's. And there were just so many powerful clips there. Mick Mulvaney, Taylor's testimony, Donald Trump, the president himself, talking about China and Ukraine. And it just goes on. And I think I've been quoting Federalist 65 from Hamilton all week long. I think that was the icing on the cake, if you will. I thought this was compelling. I thought he did the job that he set out to do.
So Jay Sekulow there, perhaps at a microphone in a moment if he's there. We'll take our viewers there. In the meantime, more legal analysis. Mark Thiessen, I believe you were chuckling in the background. I believe that was your laugh. Give us your evaluation right now.
That was, I love Ed Rollins, and I couldn't agree with him more. Look, I think this is, what we were watching was the last dance of the band on the Titanic playing as they're oblivious to the iceberg that's heading their way. In a couple of days, at most a week or two, President Donald Trump is going to be acquitted by the United States Senate. He is then going to step to the rostrum of the House of Representatives and deliver a triumphant State of the Union address, fresh from his victory and acquittal in the Senate. His base is going to be energized. His donors are going to be energized. The Democratic base is going to be dispirited by this entire process having come to a complete defeat. And then he's going to carry that and the economy into the next election. And this is going to, the Democrats are going to look back on this moment and this trial at the end of 2020 as one of the biggest political blunders of this election.
Wow,
and I would add one other thing. I'd add one other thing, is that, you know, on the quotes from the founders and everything, you know, I saw it a little bit differently. Last night, Gerald Nadler accused the Senate of treachery. Today, Adam Schiff closed by calling them summer soldiers and sunshine patriots if they didn't vote with him. I've never heard a prosecutor insulting his judges and jury as a way of winning, so I thought it was pretty ineffective.
Mark, thank you. Stand by 1 second. Jay Sekulow now is in the hallway.
How long our proceedings are going to go? We're going to base it on what they do.
And in terms of the president's mood, are you updating him?
I'm not doing presidents. I don't do that. I don't discuss conversations. I think he's on. I have no idea. I think he's either in Davos or on the way back. Yeah. Okay. Last question. Yes.
How much of your presentation will be based on rebutting what you're hearing today in the next 2 days versus original arguments you guys make?
Well, look, I think it's a combination of both. I mean, we will challenge aggressively the case that they're putting forward based on what we're hearing, and we also have an affirmative case that we're going to make as well. So we're going to do both. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sekulow.
Thank you.
When that case begins, we wait and see. Maybe it's Friday, Saturday, is it Monday of next week? In the meantime, I want to bring in Democratic Senator Tammy Duckworth of Illinois, who just left the Senate chambers. Senator, thank you for your time. Have you made a decision on how you will vote on Articles 1 and 2, Senator?
Oh, no. I'm a juror. I've been on a jury before. I think most Americans know what a trial looks like and how a jury is supposed to behave. And no, I have not made up my mind. I'm going to listen to all the evidence. I just wish that we could have some witnesses. I think, you know, that the chaplains kicked this off really well today when he said that, remember, there are patriots on both sides of the aisle, and I'm going to do my job as far as the Constitution is concerned and keep my opinions to myself and really listen to the evidence.
Well, your colleague the other day, Doug Jones out of Alabama, suggests he'll split his vote, yes on obstruction, yes on abuse of power, and no on obstruction. We'll see if that holds. What is it like inside that chamber, Senator? Give our viewers an idea about what you and your colleagues are experiencing.
Well, we are taking our obligations very seriously. I know that where I'm sitting, I sit in the back because of my wheelchair, and I can't really get down into the well too much. But where I'm sitting, I'm very carefully taking notes. I'm taking very extensive notes myself on both sides' presentations. I'm really interested in what the witnesses, hopefully we'll be able to have a vote to have witnesses, have to say, and the evidence that has both been come out before and has come out since some of the FOIA lawsuits have resulted in more documents being released, and I'm really keeping tabs on that. And that's where a lot of the discussion is going on, at least where I am, is actually on the evidence that's being presented.
Okay, let me come back to that in a moment. What are the other senators doing during this? What is your observation or characterization of that?
Well, I know that around me, we're all taking pretty extensive notes. I sit right in the back row, as I said. I'm next to Martin Heinrich on one side. I've got Sheldon Whitehouse next to me. We're all taking very, very extensive notes. I've got Brian Schatz of Hawaii in front of me. He's also paying attention and taking notes as well. Again, we're just really trying to make sure that we look at the evidence that's being presented by both sides. And when we have breaks, we actually have Tim Scott, a Republican, that came over to the Democratic side last night and hung out with us for a little bit, talked about the prayer breakfast, whether or not we're going to have a prayer breakfast this morning. And you know, we're trying to converse with one another and make sure that we try to get to what the facts are saying. And that's really my focus.
Yeah,
Americans know what a trial looks like. And, you know, we want to be able to consider the evidence.
Just on that last point, Senator, and again, I thank you for your time, how much of a discussion has there been outside of the chamber? Have you met with other Republicans? Do you get a sense of what those conversations or how they are going?
Well, I've got to tell you that we haven't taken very many breaks, and when we do, most people are rushing for the bathrooms. And when we have, during the breaks, we are actually talking to each other, sort of in the back of the chambers or in our respective areas, the cloakrooms, or we're grabbing a quick bite, and we're sort of going back and forth. We've had some conversations, but again, you know, I really want to see a real trial. I've been on a jury before. I've actually been a jury foreman in a case, and I just want to do my job and be serious about this. This is a matter of our national security that's at stake here, and I want to hear from the witnesses, and I want to hear the full evidence from both sides before I make my deliberation.
Senator, thank you for your time. Tammy Duckworth, a Democrat from Illinois. Her observations after about 2 hours and 20 minutes or so. Thank you, Senator. We'll allow you to take care of your matters there, and then we'll see you back inside the chamber in a matter of minutes. Thank you. Back with the legal analysis now. I promised you Matt Whitaker and Guy Lewis. To Matt Whitaker, she says she has not decided where she is. What do you think about the effectiveness of Adam Schiff so far today?
Well, I'm reminded what I was once told by a federal judge during a hearing, and he said, Mr. Whitaker, it's your turn to speak, but remember, everything's been said, but not everybody said it. And I think that's what we're heading into over these next several days. Adam Schiff has summarized their case, and one of the things that I was struck with, and I have continued to be struck by, in this situation where there is really no law that has been alleged to be violated, no criminal act, and so you end up with a recitation of all the facts and circumstances, but really no standard to apply it to. So it's a little bit, impeachment is in the eye of the beholder, and that's why it keeps and continues to fall on partisan lines, and I don't expect when it's all said and done and the dust settles that we'll end up any different than we did in these initial votes last night, 53-47 for the president's acquittal.
Is that a prediction? No Republicans vote with Democrats?
I don't expect that we will see that.
Guy Lewis, your observations so far today, coming up on the 4 o'clock hour here in Washington.
Bill, I couldn't agree with my good friend Matt Whitaker more. The Gettysburg Address was, what, about 275 words in less than 3 minutes? That was no Gettysburg Address. The biggest problem I saw with the opening statement, if you will, the introduction to the opening statement, was as a prosecutor, I never, ever engaged in gross exaggeration and extreme hyperbole. Think about what we just heard. He just told the senators if they don't vote with him, we're thinking about the demise of our democracy, the demise of the Constitution, a king-like monarch that is unending. Those are his words, Bill, not mine. So I think he has misserved his constituency, his position, and I don't think it fares well at all for the Democrats.
I think we have about 8 more minutes, and then we believe, if Mitch McConnell's right on the time, we'll send you back inside to the second half, shall we say, for this afternoon. In the meantime, back to Ed Rollins. You had quite a reaction there, Ed.
Well, the reality is the highlight of it to me was that I have 10 minutes to go, and it had a standing ovation if the members could have done through courtesy. You know, I think the problem here is he's not made a case, and he's repeated a lot of rumors and hearsay, which he's done throughout this. And I think both he's going to pay a price, personally, a guy who wants to be a future senator or House Speaker, and I think the Speaker's going to pay. She had 232 members she could have picked. Any single one of them could have done a more effective job than he did today. This is a repeat story, repeat story, repeat story, and there was nothing new, nothing that wasn't that was valid before. So
one quote here. Sorry, Ed, don't mean to interrupt you. The one quote that I catch up on here. Adam Schiff, his scheme was undertaken for a simple but corrupt reason to help him win re-election in 2020, and I imagine Republicans will have a response to that when they get their opportunity. To everyone stand by. With me now, David Perdue, Republican Senator from Georgia, with me here in the Russell Senate office building. And sir, thank you for your quick hustle across the street here. I was just talking with Senator Duckworth from Illinois. What is happening inside the Senate chamber that you observe, and sir?
Well, first of all, after last night, I'm outraged. I mean, the hypocrisy of the House managers who come over to the Senate last night and lecture us on fairness and due process after they've run and given us the poison from the fruit from a poisonous tree in this illegitimate impeachment, these two articles. What they're doing right now is trying to summarize the case and make the introduction. We just heard that. We've heard they have an overwhelming case. We haven't seen any evidence yet. But this is clearly an illegitimate process. They want us to do their job for them now in terms of subpoenaing witnesses and so forth that, you know, they didn't do in the House.
Senator Duckworth says she's taking careful notes. Are you?
Absolutely.
And what is your observation of your other Republican colleagues?
Well, I think you see a mix. A lot of people have read the complaints, the summaries. They're making notes. I will tell you that the Senate takes very seriously this oath that we just took the other night to impart a fair adjudication here.
When you consider the 4 or 5 Republicans who might be decision makers here, when it comes to witnesses especially, have you had conversations with them?
Well, I'm not so much worried about, yes, I have, and I'm not so much worried about witnesses. We'll make that decision when we get to it. We've got to hear the House's case. We've got to hear the President's defense. Remember, we have not heard the President's defense. Last night we were working on the rules. So the President has not had his day in court yet. We'll hear that later this week and early next week.
What is your best guess as of today? Does the President make his case on Friday? Does it hold until Monday of next week? What would you say based on a schedule?
Oh, I think they're anxious to get started. Right now, the House managers have 3 days. That's today, tomorrow, and Friday. And then I think
if they use all 24
If they use all 24, I suspect they will, because I think that they'd like to see the President's case split between Saturday and Monday. But I think the President will go ahead, his team will go ahead and get their case before the American people starting as soon as we get through with the House.
After that, you're going to have an opportunity, about a 16-hour stretch, where you can file questions with Chief Justice Roberts.
Right.
Do you have one for him at the moment?
Absolutely. I have several. Not so much for the Chief Justice. He determines who the questions go to. I want Adam Schiff to explain to us how he represented there were 8 examples of quid pro quo before the transcripts were made public. His credibility in this presentation is absolutely in the center of this information, I believe, and that's one question.
Any others?
Oh, there'll be others, for sure.
Mm-hmm. So after that period, we will, in all likelihood, move to a question of witnesses. Would you agree today to a swap? If they want to hear from John Bolton, would you say fine, but you give us Hunter Biden or his father?
Well, Bill, that's hypothetical. In the Clinton case, they had 3 witnesses. Now, those 3 witnesses had already been deposed, and they gave testimony in the House case. That's a bright line for me. They were not new witnesses. What the House's responsibility is to prefer the case to us. That means they try the case, they bring the information in, they give it to us. Our job is to rule on the evidence they bring to us. Now, we've had cases where there need to be clarification. That happened in the Clinton impeachment. I'm totally on board with that.
Senator, thank you for your time.
Thanks,
We've got Chuck Schumer inside Capitol Hill now. Let's drop on into this.
Heard the entire arguments powerfully, succinctly, and completely. And I am hopeful that can begin to change minds. In addition, the American people many of the American people heard the arguments powerfully, completely, and succinctly. I don't see how any senator, Democrat or Republican, could sit on the floor and hear Adam Schiff and not demand witnesses and documents. There were so many powerful parts of his speech that demanded witnesses and documents. So many things. What did Mulvaney say before and after his speech? What made him reject it? What did Bolton really think? The documents right before the days of the 24th, 25th, and 26th, which we've requested, July. Very, very important. So I thought it was an amazing 2.5 hours, and I'm hopeful. Look, we have seen that the public pressure for a fair trial is having some effect. Yesterday, a good number of Republicans went to Leader McConnell and said, we need to improve the resolution. They didn't improve it on the main area, witnesses and documents, but they did improve it in a few other places. And I am hopeful, with speeches like Schiff and with the attention of the nation more focused on this issue now than it ever has been, that there will be continued pressure on many Republican members to ask for witnesses and documents. They did last night. There was sort of a little, there was an amendment. They were saying all along, well, don't vote for them now. This is what the president's lawyers said. Don't vote for them now. We'll have a chance later. But there's not a assured chance later. We introduced an amendment that said there would be an assured chance to vote on witnesses and documents later. They rejected it. But if anything, that may put more pressure on people by the end of the week.
This is an opportunity that Democrats are saying now that after Mitch McConnell changed his resolution before things kick off yesterday, that they may have an opportunity to get him to change his mind on some other things. I just want to go back to Mark Thiessen for a moment. I'll bring in the other legal analysts and our reporters as well. What was your reaction to Senator Perdue's observations thus far, Mark?
Oh, I think he's entirely right. I think this is a very, very weak case. Look, they haven't even this is the first presidential impeachment in American history that doesn't charge a statutory crime. And, you know, Schiff mentioned that the GAO found that withholding the aid was illegal. Well, you know, the GAO also found that President Barack Obama's decision to release 5 Taliban leaders from Guantanamo Bay in exchange for U.S. Army deserter Bowie Bergdahl was illegal. I don't recall Adam Schiff calling for the impeachment of Barack Obama. He invoked, you know, he criticized President Trump for invoking executive privilege. Back in the Obama administration, in the Fast and Furious investigation, Barack Obama invoked executive privilege, refused to share any documents whatsoever with Congress, and stonewalled, went to the courts. And you know what Adam Schiff said? I'll read you his quote. He said, "The White House assertion of executive privilege is backed by decades of precedent that has recognized the need of the president and his senior advisors to receive candid advice and information from their top aides." So he was in favor of Barack Obama's executive privilege before he was against it with Donald Trump. So this is a purely political process. You got Chuck Schumer talking there about the need for witnesses. He voted against witnesses in 1999. So, you know, this is political theater.
Some things change over 21 years. I understand the point you're making there. What strikes me, Jonathan Swan, come back in the conversation, is what Senator Perdue referred to as the White House presentation, and then he held back on any opinion about a vote on witnesses, which I view right now at the moment as the two moments that probably have the greatest level of anticipation. You know, what will the White House argue when Jay Sekulow gets up there and they get their opportunity, their 24 hours if they take a portion out of all of that? And what do they decide on witnesses? What are you hearing on both those counts?
Yeah, I think the second is where the real anticipation lies. We know roughly what the White House is going to argue. They're going to argue that it's illegitimate, that the articles don't meet the constitutional test. They're going to have Alan Dershowitz make that argument. But really, the question of witnesses to me is the interesting one. And anyone who thinks that that is a done deal, I think is really misreading the situation. If yesterday showed us anything, it's that there are still possibilities for movement, at least around the edges of witnesses. Susan Collins forced the issue with Mitch McConnell to change the rules, and I could see a situation in which Susan Collins, Mitt Romney, Lisa Murkowski, all they need is one more, say, you know what, we'd like to hear from John Bolton. And again, I just would not rule out that scenario. I think that's the area where there is the greatest capacity for a surprise in this impeachment.
Looks like there's some more activity. We'll take you back inside when the gavel comes in, and Chief Justice John Roberts is back inside as well. President Trump right now is en route back to the White House. He left Davos, Switzerland earlier today, and he talked about a total hoax and a disgrace for what he's watching, and believes, Kristen Fisher, as you rejoin our conversation, that he called what his lawyers were preparing for him, he called it a tremendous case. What are you hearing from the White House, as to how they think things are going thus far today?
Well, the most action and the most response that we've heard so far today is really coming from the president's campaign. I mean, their Twitter feed has been very active, really just announcing all of the things and counterpointing all of the things that Adam Schiff has been saying on the Senate floor. But you also have the president's campaign manager, Brad Parscale, coming out and calling impeachment impeachment, M-I-N-T, and talking about how much this whole impeachment process, from what's happened over on the House side to now the Senate trial, how many millions of dollars that this is bringing into the campaign. He says that the president's supporters are fired up and that all this does is excite the president's base. As for the president himself, he has been a bit more vocal today. We heard that press conference that he held in Davos, and now on Air Force One, now that he has a bit more time to watch what's happening, he has been tweeting. And the one thing that he tweeted that were his own words and not just a retweet was he said, "No pressure," a reference to the fact that he believes that the president of Ukraine said that President Trump did not pressure him on that now infamous phone call. So he'll be he'll be back at the White House in about an hour. We'll see if he says anything more when he lands at JBA.
Chuck Schumer pretty much believes this has been a home run so far. Leslie Marshall, you're waiting patiently, I would say. What would you expect to hear in the coming hours, or will it be more of what we've heard already today?
Well, unless you have new witnesses, you're going to hear from both people on the left and the right explain again and lay out again their case. If anyone is looking for, Mark had said, new information, then you have to have witnesses. And I would agree with what Jonathan said, which is basically, you know, this isn't over necessarily, the issue of witnesses. We could see some changes. We also know there are some Republicans retiring. And a big thing here, Bill, is that polls are showing much more than 50%, 57% in some, up to 70% in some polls, that the American people want to hear witnesses, and Republicans can't ignore that. Many of them are up for re-election in November. 23 of the 35 senatorial seats are Republicans.
Well, one thing that becomes quite clear, Leslie, and Jonathan, you've been reporting on this, the White House is raising money out this impeachment. How much?
Look, impeachment has been fantastic for business, particularly on the campaign side. They just turn on the spigot with text messages and emails, and they are getting new donors into their system. They're raising money. They're engaging people. Kristen's point was really, really important, because when November comes around in the election, it's quite possible that a lot of voters have all but forgotten about impeachment. So if he does get acquitted, if the president does get acquitted as people expect, it's possible that the lasting legacy of impeachment is millions and millions more dollars into the Trump campaign bank account. That is definitely something that is a possible legacy of impeachment. They are raising a phenomenal amount of money.
Jonathan, they're looking to have more than $1 billion for the re-election campaign in November. We'll see how far they get to that, or even surpass that. To Guy Lewis now, and back to the legal aspects of what is to come. What is your sense about how these White House lawyers and people like Jay Sekulow, how are they getting ready to convince senators in there that people like Adam Schiff have not proven their case, Guy?
So here's what I think they're going to do, Bill. Procedurally, you're going to hear basically two areas. The procedure of this case, and then the substance, the facts of this case. Procedurally, they're going to stand up and say, look, we've heard the prosecutor Schiff say just give me a fair trial. That's all I want, is a fair trial. What about a fair investigation?
The House managers will now undertake to tell
completely
you the story
unfair.
Yeah, Guy, I apologize for the interruption. Yeah, sorry about that. Back on the floor, Jerry Nadler now, the Democrat from New York.
Are not in dispute. There are no close calls. The evidence shows that President Trump unlawfully withheld military assistance appropriated by Congress to aid our ally in order to extort that government into helping him with his re-election, then tried to cover it up when he got caught. This is the story of a corrupt government-wide effort that drew in ambassadors, cabinet officials, executive branch agencies, and the office of the president. This effort threatened the security of Ukraine in its military struggle with Russia and compromised our own national security interests because the president cared only about his personal political interests. In the spring of 2019, the people of Ukraine elected a new leader, Volodymyr Zelensky, who campaigned on a platform of rooting out corruption in his country. This pledge was welcomed by the United States and its allies. But the new government also threatened the work of President Trump's chief agent in Ukraine, Rudy Giuliani. As President Zelensky was taking power, Mr. Giuliani was already engaged in an effort to convince Ukrainian officials to announce two sham investigations. The first was an effort to smear former Vice President Joe Biden. The second was designed to undermine the intelligence community's unanimous assessment that Russia interfered in the 2016 election. One obstacle to Mr. Giuliani's work was Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. A 33-year veteran of the Foreign Service, Ambassador Yovanovitch had partnered with Ukraine to root out the kind of corruption that would have allowed Mr. Giuliani's lies to flourish. In order to complete his mission, Mr. Giuliani first needed Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way. And so in early 2019, Mr. Giuliani launched a public smear campaign against the ambassador, an effort that involved Mr. Giuliani's allies in Ukraine, the president's allies in the United States, and eventually President Trump himself. Please remember that the object of the president's Ukraine scheme was to obtain a corrupt advantage for his re-election campaign. As we will show, the president went to extraordinary lengths to cheat in the next election. That scheme begins with the attempt to get Ambassador Yovanovitch, quote, out of the way, unquote. By all accounts, Ambassador Yovanovitch was a highly respected and effective ambassador. Witnesses uniformly praised her 33-year career as a nonpartisan public servant and told us that she particularly excelled in fighting corruption abroad. President George Bush named her as an ambassador twice, and President Obama nominated her as ambassador to Ukraine, where she represented the United States from 2016 to 2019. Eradicating corruption in Ukraine has been a key policy priority of the U.S. government for years. During the House inquiry, the ambassador explained why implementing this anti-corruption policy was so important.
As critical as the war against Russia is, Ukraine's struggling democracy has an equally important challenge: battling the Soviet legacy of corruption which has pervaded Ukraine's government. Corruption makes Ukraine's leaders ever vulnerable to Russia, and the Ukrainian people understand that. That's why they launched the Revolution of Dignity in 2014, demanding to be a part of Europe, demanding the transformation of the system, demanding to live under the rule of law. Ukrainians wanted the law to apply equally to all people, whether the individual in question is the president or any other citizen. It was a question of fairness, of dignity. Here again, there is a coincidence of interests. Corrupt leaders are inherently less trustworthy, while an honest and accountable Ukrainian leadership makes a U.S.-Ukrainian partnership more reliable and more valuable to the United States.
On the evening of April 24, 2019, Ambassador Yovanovitch was hosting an event at the U.S. Embassy, honoring the memory of an anti-corruption fighter who had been killed when acid was thrown in her face the previous year. At about 10 that night, the embassy event was interrupted by a telephone call from Washington. Ambassador Yovanovitch described this conversation with the head of the State Department's Human Resources Department.
She said that there was great concern on the 7th floor of the State Department. That's where the leadership of the State Department sits. There was great concern. They were worried. She just wanted to give me a heads up about this. And, you know, things seem to be going on. And so she just wanted to give me a heads up.
Confused, the ambassador asked for more information from Washington. 3 hours later, they spoke again. Ambassador Yovanovitch learned that there were concerns about her, quote, up the street, that is, at the White House. The ambassador was told to get on the first plane home. Why was this respected career diplomat abruptly removed from her post? Why was she, in fact, urged by the State Department to catch the first plane home, that she was in danger, she shouldn't wait? At the time, the White House would not say, but today we know the truth. The truth is that Ambassador Yovanovitch was the victim of a smear campaign organized by Rudy Giuliani, amplified by President Trump's allies, and designed to give President Trump the pretext he needed to recall her without warning. Mr. Giuliani has admitted as much to the press. In order to understand Mr. Giuliani's smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch, you need to know about a few additional characters who Mr. Giuliani drew into his scheme. The first of these characters is Viktor Shokin, the disgraced former prosecutor general of Ukraine, who was fired by the Ukrainian government for gross corruption. In 2016, at the urging of the European Union, the International Monetary Fund, and the United States government, the Parliament of Ukraine voted to remove Mr. Shokin as Prosecutor General because he was corrupt and refused to prosecute corruption cases. At the urging of the United States, the European Union, the International Monetary Fund, all urged the Ukraine government to dismiss Mr. Shokin. The second character is Yuri Lutsenko, who succeeded Mr. Shokin as Prosecutor General. Mr. Lutsenko also proved reluctant to prosecute corruption cases, and several witnesses testified that he also had a reputation for dishonesty and corruption. Ambassador Yovanovitch and Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent both testified that the U.S. Embassy in Kiev eventually stopped working with Mr. Lutsenko altogether. Shokin, Lutsenko, and Giuliani. The goals of all three characters were aligned. Shokin had it out for Vice President Biden because of the role that the Vice President played in his 2016 firing. The Vice President, carrying out U.S. policy, urged the Ukrainian government to dismiss the corrupt Shokin. I note that the Vice President, the former Vice President, has been criticized for urging that he be fired. Lutsenko found his career trajectory fading and wanted President Trump's support to boost his political prospects in Ukraine. Giuliani needed partners in Ukraine willing to announce 2 sham investigations meant to boost President Trump's own campaign. All three wanted Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way. And so in early 2019, the smear campaign began. Mr. Lutsenko became the primary vector for false allegations against Ambassador Yovanovitch. Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent testified that Lutsenko's allegations against Ambassador Yovanovitch were motivated by revenge.
Over the course of 2018 and 2019, I became increasingly aware of an effort by Rudy Giuliani and others, including his associates Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, to run a campaign to smear Ambassador Yovanovitch and other officials at the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv. The chief agitators on the Ukrainian side of this effort were some of those same corrupt former prosecutors I had encountered, particularly Yuri Lutsenko and Viktor Shokin. They were now peddling false information in order to extract revenge against those who had exposed their misconduct, including U.S. diplomats, Ukrainian anti-corruption officials, and reform-minded civil society groups in Ukraine.
As Mr. Kent indicated, the smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch was orchestrated by a core group of corrupt Ukrainian officials working at Mr. Giuliani's direction. This group included 2 additional characters who have been in the news of late, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. Mr. Parnas and Mr. Fruman were, of course, indicted last year on several charges, including charges related to large donations they made to support President Trump. Simply put, in doing her job well, Ambassador Yovanovitch drew Mr. Lutsenko's ire. And as Mr. Kent observed, you can't promote principled anti-corruption efforts without pissing off corrupt people. As it turned out, this statement applied to Yuri Lutsenko and to Rudy Giuliani, who feared that the ambassador would stand in the way of his corrupt efforts to coerce Ukraine into conducting investigations that would benefit the political interests of his client, President Trump. Giuliani's coordinated smear campaign against Ambassador Yovanovitch became public in the United States in late March 2019 with the publication of a series of opinion pieces in The Hill based on interviews with Lutsenko. On March 20th, 2019, in one piece in The Hill, Lutsenko falsely alleged that Ambassador Yovanovitch had given him a so-called do not prosecute list. Not only was the allegation false, but after having helped originate the claim, Lutsenko himself would later go on to retract it. The same piece also falsely stated that Ambassador Yovanovitch had, quote, made disparaging statements about President Trump, unquote. A statement issued by the State Department declared the allegations to be a total fabrication. President Trump promoted Solomon's article in a tweet which intensified the public attacks against Ambassador Yovanovitch. Then on March 24th, Donald Trump Jr. called Ambassador Yovanovitch a joker on Twitter and called for her removal. You can see the slides of the two tweets. These unfounded smears by the President and his son reverberated in Ukraine. Deputy Assistant Secretary George Kent testified that starting in mid-March, Rudy Giuliani was almost unmissable in this, quote, campaign of slander, close quote. And according to Mr. Kent, Mr. Lutsenko's press spokeswoman retweeted Donald Trump Jr.'s tweet attacking the ambassador, further undermining her standing in Ukraine. Her standing, the United States ambassador's standing. Mr. Giuliani was not content to stay behind the scenes either. He promoted the same attacks on the ambassador on Twitter, Fox News, and elsewhere. At the end of March, the attacks intensified. Ambassador Yovanovitch sent Undersecretary of State for Political Affairs David Hale an email detailing her concerns and asking for a strong statement of support from the State Department. In reply, the State Department told her that they were unwilling to help her, their own ambassador, because if they issued a public statement supporting her, quote, it could be undermined, unquote, by the President. And they're concerned that, quote, the rug would be pulled out from underneath the State Department. The State Department cannot express support for an American ambassador threatened abroad because they are concerned that if they express support for that American ambassador, the rug will be pulled out from under them by the President. What it must have taken to convince our State Department to refuse support to its ambassador. Phone records show that Giuliani also kept the White House apprised of these developments, as you can see from these slides. Again, it is worth remembering that smearing Ambassador Yovanovitch was a means to an end. Removing her would allow the President's allies the freedom to pressure Ukraine to announce their sham investigations. So we should talk for a few minutes about the investigations that Rudy Giuliani and his henchmen were promoting on behalf of the President. Let's focus first on the allegation that Ukraine, not Russia, interfered in our last presidential election. In February 2017, shortly after the intelligence community, the CIA, the FBI, all the intelligence agencies of the United States unanimously assessed that Russia interfered in the election to help Donald Trump. This alternative theory gained some attention when Russian President Putin promoted it at a press conference. Second, he said, I'm quoting from him, it's in the Russian on the slides, I think. Second, as we all know, during the presidential campaign in the United States, the Ukrainian government adopted a unilateral position in favor of one candidate. More than that, certain oligarchs, certainly with the approval of the political leadership, funded this candidate, or female candidate, to be more precise. That's President Putin talking, shifting the blame to Ukraine. Dr. Fiona Hill best explained how the Ukraine narrative is a fictional narrative being propagated by the Russian security services.
Based on questions and statements I have heard, some of you on this committee appear to believe that Russia and its security services did not conduct a campaign against our country, and that perhaps, somehow, for some reason, Ukraine did. This is a fictional narrative that has been perpetrated and propagated by the Russian security services themselves. The unfortunate truth is that Russia was the foreign power that systematically attacked our democratic institutions in 2016. This is the public conclusion of our intelligence agencies, confirmed in bipartisan congressional reports. It is beyond dispute, even if some of the underlying details must remain classified. The impact of the successful 2016 Russian campaign remains evident today. Our nation is being torn apart. Truth is questioned. Our highly professional and expert career foreign service is being undermined. US support for Ukraine, which continues to face armed Russian aggression, has been politicized. The Russian government's goal is to weaken our country, to diminish America's global role, and to neutralize a perceived US threat to Russian interests.
President Trump knew this too. His former Homeland Security advisor, Tom Bossert, said that the idea that Ukraine hacked the DNC server was, quote, not only a conspiracy theory, it is completely debunked, close quote. And he and other U.S. officials spent hours with the president explaining why. The second false allegation that the president wanted the Ukrainians to announce was that Vice President Biden used his power to protect the company on whose board his son sat by forcing the removal of Viktor Shokin, the corrupt former prosecutor general. It is true that Vice President Biden helped remove Mr. Shokin, who was widely believed to be corrupt. And as I said a few minutes ago, it was official policy of the United States, the European community, and others, in order to fight corruption in Ukraine, to ask that Shokin and Lutsenko be removed. So the Vice President Biden, in fulfilling U.S. policy, pressured Ukraine to remove Shokin, not to secure some personal benefit, but to advance the official policy of the United States and its allies. Even Ms. Lutsenko, who initially ceded the allegations against Mr. Biden in American media, later admitted that the allegations against the Vice President were false. And Rudy Giuliani told Kurt Volker, the special representative for Ukrainian negotiations, who had a prominent role in the scheme, that he also knew the attacks on Joe Biden were a lie. With Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way, the first chapter of the Ukraine scheme was complete. Mr. Giuliani and his agents could now apply direct pressure to the Ukrainian government to spread these two falsehoods. And who benefited from this scheme? Who sent Mr. Giuliani to Ukraine in the first place? Of course, we could rephrase that question as the former Republican leader of the Senate, Howard Baker, asked it in 1973. What did the president know, and when did he know it?
Mr. Chief Justice, Senators, President's Council. President Trump and President Zelensky's relationship started out well. President Trump wanted the two investigations from Zelensky, and he had no reason to believe that he would not get what he wanted. On April 21st, 2019, Zelensky, who was new to politics, won a landslide victory in Ukraine's presidential election. That evening, President Trump called Zelensky to congratulate him. On that first call, Zelensky invited President Trump to visit Ukraine for the upcoming inauguration. President Trump, in turn, promised that his administration would send someone at a very, very high level. During that same April call, President Trump invited Zelensky to the White House, saying, "When you're settled in and ready, I'd like to invite you to the White House. We have a lot of things to talk about, but we're with you all the way." Zelensky immediately accepted the president's invitation, adding that the whole team and I are looking forward to that visit. Numerous witnesses testified about the significance of a White House meeting for the political newcomer. A White House meeting would show Ukrainians that America supported Zelensky's anti-corruption platform, the clear backing of the President of the United States, Ukraine's most important patron, would also send a powerful message to Russia that we had Ukraine's back. During that April 24th call, President Trump never even uttered the word corruption. But the White House call recap falsely stated that the two presidents had discussed Ukraine's anti-corruption efforts. Shortly after the phone call, Jennifer Williams, advisor to Vice President Pence, learned that President Trump asked Vice President Pence to attend Zelensky's inauguration. Williams and her colleagues began planning for Pence's trip to Kyiv. At the same time, Giuliani was trying to get Ukraine to investigate the Bidens and the alleged 2016 election interference. On April 24, Giuliani went on Fox and Friends and had this to say.
Keep your eye on Ukraine, because in Ukraine, a lot of the dirty work was done in digging up the information. American officials we used, Ukrainian officials we used, that's like collusion with the Ukrainians, and, or actually in this case, conspiracy with the Ukrainians. I think it gets some interesting information about Joe Biden from Ukraine, about his son, Hunter Biden, about a company he was on the board of for years, which may be one of the most crooked companies in Ukraine.
For this campaign to be truly beneficial to his boss, President Trump, Giuliani needed access to the new government in Ukraine. He dispatched his associates, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman, to try to make inroads with the Zelensky team. On April 25, former Vice President Biden publicly announced his bid for the presidency, and immediately he was at the top of the polls. That same day, David Holmes, an American diplomat at our embassy in Ukraine, learned that Giuliani had reached out to the head of President Zelensky's campaign. As Mr. Holmes explained, the new Ukrainian government began to think that Giuliani was a significant person in terms of managing their relationship with the United States. As Giuliani and his associates worked behind the scenes to get access to the new leadership in Ukraine, President Trump was publicly signaling his interest in the investigations. On May 2nd, the president appeared on Fox News, who had asked, should the former vice president explain himself on his feeling in Ukraine and whether there was a conflict with his son's business interests. President Trump replied as follows.
I'm hearing it's a major scandal, major problem, very bad things happened, and we'll see what that is. They even have him on tape talking about it. They have Joe Biden on tape talking about the prosecutor, and I've seen that tape. A lot of people are talking about that tape. But that's up to them. They have to solve that problem.
The tape President Trump referenced is a video from January 2018, in which Vice President Biden explained he placed an ultimatum to the Ukrainian president to remove the corrupt prosecutor general to ensure that the taxpayer money would be used appropriately. The Vice President's actions were consistent with official U.S. policy, as well as the opinions of the international community. On May 9, the New York Times published an article about Giuliani's plan to visit Ukraine. In the article, Giuliani confirmed that he planned to meet Zelensky. At that meeting, he wanted to press the Ukrainian government to pursue the investigations that President Trump promoted only days earlier. Giuliani said, "We're not meddling in an election, we're meddling in an investigation which we have a right to do." Giuliani even went so far as to acknowledge that his actions could benefit President Trump personally. He said, and I quote, "This isn't foreign policy. I'm asking them to do an investigation they're doing already and that other people are telling them to stop. And I'm going to give them reasons why they shouldn't stop it, because that information would be very, very helpful to my client and may turn out to be helpful to my government." That's it. Right there. Giuliani admitting he was asking Ukraine to work on investigations that would be very, very helpful to the president. He was not doing foreign policy. He was not doing this on behalf of the government. He was doing this for personal interests of his client, Donald J. Trump. The next morning, on May 10, amid coverage of his planned trip to Ukraine, Giuliani tweeted further about Biden, then had a flurry of calls with partners who was helping in planning his trip to Ukraine. That same day, Giuliani also spoke with Ambassador Volker on the phone for more than 30 minutes. Ambassador Volker had learned that Giuliani intended to travel to Ukraine and had called to warn Giuliani that Prosecutor General Lutsenko is not credible. Don't listen to what he is saying. Later that day, Giuliani had a 17-minute call with a masked White House number before speaking again with Parnas for 12 minutes. That same day, on May 10, Politico asked President Trump about Giuliani's upcoming trip, and he replied, "I have not spoken to him at any great length, but I will. I will speak to him before he leaves." But that evening, on Fox News, Giuliani announced, "I'm not going to Ukraine because I think I'm walking into a group of people that are enemies of the president." Separately, in a text message to Politico, Giuliani alleged that the original offer for a meeting with Zelensky was a setup. He said it was a setup orchestrated by several vocal critics of President Trump who were advising Zelensky. Giuliani declared, "Zelensky is in the hands of avowed enemies of President Trump." But Giuliani had not stopped trying. He had Parnas send a letter from him to Zelensky's senior aide on May 11 asking for a meeting. That later made it clear that Giuliani was representing President Trump as a private citizen and that he was working with President Trump's knowledge and consent. The letter is on the slide and reads, quote, "In my capacity as personal counsel to President Trump and with his knowledge and consent, I request a meeting with you on this upcoming Monday, May 13, or Tuesday, May 14. I will need no more than half an hour of your time, and I will be accompanied by my colleague Victoria Tunsing, a distinguished American attorney who is very familiar with this matter." But it did not appear that Giuliani and Parnas' attempts to get the meeting were working. That same day, Giuliani sent a text to Parnas asking, "This guy is canceling meeting, I think." Approximately 3 hours later, Giuliani sent Parnas drafts of a public statement that people advising the president-elect are no friends of the president. 3 days later, President Trump instructed Vice President Pence not to attend the inauguration in Ukraine. Just 3 days later, Vice Presidential staffer Jennifer Williams received a surprising call from Pence's Chief of Staff. She described it during her public testimony.
On May 13th, an assistant to the Vice President's Chief of Staff called and informed me that President Trump had decided that the Vice President would not attend the inauguration in Ukraine. She did not provide any further explanation. I relayed that instruction to others involved in planning the potential trip. I also informed the NSC that the Vice President would not be attending so that it could identify a head of delegation to represent the United States at President-elect Zelensky's inauguration.
Notably, Williams confirmed that the inauguration date had not yet been decided, been scheduled at the time of that phone call. So the reason for President Trump's decision was certainly not due to a scheduling conflict. Secretary of Energy Rick Perry ultimately led the delegation to the inaugural. Accompanying Secretary Perry were Ambassador to the European Union Gordon Sondland, Ambassador Volker, and NSC Director for Ukraine, Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman. Senator Rob Johnson also attended many of the inaugural events with the delegation. When asked if this delegation was a good group, Holmes replied, "It was not as senior a delegation as we might have expected." After the inauguration, Ambassadors Volker and Sondland left Kyiv with a very favorable impression of President Zelensky. Ambassador Volker said they believed it was important that President Trump personally engaged with the President of Ukraine in order to demonstrate full U.S. support for him. When the inauguration team returned to the United States, they had a meeting with President Trump on May 23. The May 23 meeting with President Trump proved to be important for two good reasons. First, with Ambassador Yovanovitch out of the way, President Trump authorized Ambassador Sondland, Secretary Perry, and Ambassador Volker to lead engagement with the new administration in Ukraine. And two, President Trump instructed them to satisfy Giuliani's concerns in order to move forward on Ukraine matters. These officials were all political appointees, and Ambassador Sondland had donated $1 million to the President's inauguration. The President saw these three political appointees as officials who would fulfill his requests. Ambassador Volker testified that he, Ambassador Sondland, Secretary Perry, and Senator Johnson took turns making their case that this is a new crowd.
This city. As a kid, he grew up in North Tulsa. He gained admission to the magnet program at Grimes Elementary School and then went on to Carver Middle School and graduated from Booker T. Washington High School. He attended Tulsa Community College, and he earned his degree from Langston University right here in Tulsa. He also endured struggles at an early age in Tulsa, losing his mother to violence when he was only 2 years old, and later overcoming a speech impediment as a boy through his own hard work. 23 years ago this month, Chief Franklin joined the Tulsa Police Department because he loved the team concept